Welcome in, folks. This is the 550th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody that is tuning in live on TikTok and YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Our broadcast is running a little bit later today than usual. It is already 5:20 p.m. out here in sunny Colorado. So, we're going to be streaming until a little bit later in the evening. For all of the viewers that are actually not watching live, but rather watching the stream once it's published as a long format video on that YouTube channel, thank you for being here as well. Make sure to drop a like on the stream and drop a comment below. If you're tuning in on TikTok, you could really help us boost this live stream out far and across that For You page by doing a couple things here. If you just double tap away on that phone screen, if you hit that little share button at the bottom right hand corner and hit that yellow repost button and you spam that chat, that'll really help us boost the live stream out across that FYP. So please do that if you'd like to help us out, try to get the word out, and try to get more Trump supporters in here to debate. If this is your very first time ever tuning into the live stream, welcome in. You're in luck. This is one of the craziest streams on the internet. For around 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, we debate people that we politically disagree with. For the most part, we're talking to Trump supporters. We just generally also talk to people on the right. Our goal here is to find good, productive, reasonable dialogue to change minds. Usually we just end up talking to some of the craziest people alive. So I guess we'll see what life has in store for us tonight. Now, before we hop into that first debate, it's worth going through the breaking news. I'm sure that many people have already heard this breaking news. Unfortunately, the generational icon, queen of country, Dolly Parton, has died today at the age of 80, around 1 year after the passing of her husband, and just days after, this was 4 days ago, she did an interview with People's Magazine where she said that she has so much left to accomplish, but she has taken a step back from her concerts due to emerging health concerns. And unfortunately today, she has passed. And truly, what an unfortunate death. Dolly Parton was one of the best of us. She had a net worth of over $650 million, but she would have been a billionaire worth $1.1 billion if it wasn't for her generous charitable contributions, upwards of $500 million over the course of her life. In 1996, she started a nonprofit organization focused on increasing literacy rates amongst the youth in every corner of the globe because her father was illiterate. From 1996 until 2026, she had given out around 325 million free books to children across the earth to help them learn how to read. And starting in 2011, she also started giving out free audio and braille books to help increase literacy amongst children with visual impairments. She was the best of us. And that's not, all that she did. She made major contributions to the COVID vaccine, major contributions to build hospitals and cancer research centers, major contributions to victims of wildfires and hurricanes. She was awesome. So rip Dolly Parton. We are going to go ahead and at this moment in time hop into that very first debate of the night. Caleb, if you want to take it away and tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president, the mic and the floor are yours.
All right. So, I support him slightly because I was grown up in a household that supports him. So it's partially just grown up into being on that, on that side. As well as, like I said, there are some things that I agree with him with, but there are definitely things that I also disagree with. So I kind of,
Yeah,
if
well,
it,
I'm not really so interested to talk about how you were raised into being MAGA. I do understand how that can make you MAGA because that's what you were raised around. That's what you grew up hearing. But I don't really think that explains the validity of the belief. Basically, what I'm looking for would be maybe the specific things that Trump is doing that you agree with, that you think that you could defend with an argument. That's kind of what we're after. Because if you just kind of tell me that you were raised to support Trump, I don't really have much to work with there. I mean, maybe I could just tell you that a bunch of different people are raised into a bunch of different things doesn't make the beliefs right.
okay, sure, let me rephrase this better. So more or less, I want you to kind of like explain, give me reason why like Trump's a bad person, because I know you get a lot of trolls and you hear a lot
Yeah. Well,
like
I
they're
mean,
yeah.
Yeah, he's a terrible person. I mean, he's a 34-count felon rapist that tried to overthrow the American democracy on J6 and then gave full and complete presidential pardons to the nearly 200 domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol in his name. Like, yeah, he's a terrible person. I think he's somebody that shouldn't be president. But I'm going to have to work off of, what you think you support, what you value. Like, what's like one thing that Donald Trump has ever done that you're a fan of that, in your mind, justifies your support for Trump?
Like I said, when I originally got in here, one of the things that justifies is like the no tax on tips. That's one thing that I definitely agree with, and I think is super fair.
I mean, I think that one provision in the Big Beautiful Bill, that was a piece of legislation that he passed that included that, was good. I mean, it wasn't that good. It was it expires next year and it's only a deductible amount up to $20,000. But it was still a positive. But when we factor in the rest of the considerations of that terrible Big Beautiful Bill, we learn that it's actually bad for the working class. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year is worse off because of the Big Beautiful Bill, including provisions such as no tax on tips. Meanwhile, what Kamala Harris ran on, the Democrat in the election that we could have had maybe if you didn't support Trump, she also ran on no tax on tips, but she also just ran on furthering reductions in tax rates for the working class and alleviating that burden on 120 million Americans that are part of that working class. So I don't think that that's a good enough reason to support Trump.
Okay, let me think. They're like some of like his immigration policies that
Which
I
ones?
and like some of the like deportation stuff that he's
Yeah, why are we supporting, giving undertrained, over-militarized thugs the power to take life when they want? I mean, I don't think anybody should be supporting Trump's mass deportation after what we've seen come of it. We've seen illegal deportations of innocent people to a place in El Salvador where they've been tortured come of it. We have seen dead citizens executed in broad daylight. Same thing with dead undocumented immigrants executed in broad daylight come of it. We have seen a massive shakeup in the American economy come of it. We've seen so much come of it.
right.
Right,
Like
and we haven't. What have we seen come of it that's good?
like I like part of it that I see that's good is like getting rid of the bad, because
The
within
bad
like the
undocumented immigrants, like those with bad crimes on their records, Democrats did that better because they focused on them. Trump has just reshifted the focus to every single undocumented immigrant, including unaccompanied minors, which has actually left more of the bad undocumented immigrants, the ones with violent crimes on their records, roaming free around the streets of America.
right. Yeah, okay. Like I agree with that.
Okay, so this is a big reason to not
Okay,
support Trump. So he's getting
right.
rid of less of the bad undocumented immigrants while
Yeah.
like killing more of the innocent undocumented immigrants, torturing more of the innocent undocumented immigrants, and killing more innocent citizens protesting in the name of the innocent undocumented immigrants. Like that's a great reason to not support Trump.
Right. Like unfortunately I'm not like super politically educated, but are they doing, or like is the president currently like Trump obviously doing anything towards like not letting like immigrants in the borders, I'm assuming?
Not really. Not really. As
Like
mass deportation on its own has really slowed undocumented entry by just scaring them away. When you start like killing and torturing immigrants, less immigrants want to immigrate here.
that's fair. But wouldn't that kind of be bad? Like of the immigrants coming in, or what do you think that could help the economy, I guess?
I think that undocumented entry is bad, but I don't think the right way to stop undocumented entry is to start torturing immigrants.
Okay.
Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I can agree to that. I more meant
Okay,
like let's
what's going
say
on?
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Like if you had, let's say like someone come it like through the border, like illegally, but like working, like coming to work, if that makes sense. Like
Okay. An undocumented immigrant working a job. Okay.
right, right. Like they're still like they're still trying to like deport them. I'm just right,
Yeah.
even though they're not doing anything wrong.
Right.
Okay. But like, are they? They're still deporting the obviously the bad people, right?
Less of
But,
them than the
but less of
Democrats
them
before.
because
Yeah.
they're more like
Focusing
focusing broad
more. Yeah.
instead of like honing in on,
Right.
oh, this person did this
Right.
specifically. Like, let's get them out.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
How about this, man? Listen, I actually appreciate you for coming up here with an open mind. I
yeah, of
appreciate you for
course.
being willing to explore truth. I don't think that the right place for you to be is on the live stream, brother. I think that the best place for you to be is to be watching the stream.
I definitely agree. I was kind of surprised I got in, but yeah,
Caleb, I'm gonna move on to the next guest. I would highly recommend that you watch the stream, man. I appreciate you so much for being here. I don't want to be like rude or anything to you, and I sense myself starting to be maybe a little bit demeaning, just because you weren't really giving us too good of an argument or really any argument at all. But I mean, I think that wasn't coming from a place of crazy, vengeful ignorance and your vapid support for Trump. I just think you're genuinely trying to figure things out, brother. So I appreciate you for coming up, and I really hope that you watch the live streams. I think that you could get a lot of value from these conversations. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. For everybody who's tuning in, thank you for being here. How are we doing today, folks? I'm alive in the comment section. Says, I love Trump. Fuck you. I sent you an invite, though. How are we doing? What's up, Lana, who says, hey, down below in that chat. Over on YouTube, Skylar West Coast says, Dolly was anti-MAGA. Oh, definitely she was. Thank you, Emmy. That is EMI. Thank you for the $20 donation. That is kind of you. Thank you for that love, Emmy. Emmy with the $20 says, love seeing you call out the sexism in that vegan pro-lifers argument yesterday. As someone who's had an ectopic pregnancy, these men will never know the trauma that pregnant people have to endure. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for the $20. I do remember him. Yeah, that argument didn't go too well for him, did it? Thank you for the $20, Emmy. Show some love to Emmy in that chat. Thank you. What's going on, Gavin? Do you support Trump? Doesn't even look like Gavin's here. I'm alive. Welcome in. How old are you? I'm alive. How old are you?
Accidentally joined, sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to take it to be that they're a child. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. If you think that you're smart enough to debate a progressive, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. I don't really think that a lot of the Trump supporters out there are smart enough to debate me, so I understand why we're getting all these trolls. The Trump supporters are just a little bit too scared to debate. So welcome in, Molly. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump. Hello.
I do apologize for that little lag spike, everybody, if you happen to see that. I saw that on my phone, too. Looks like my internet had a little bit of an outage there for 3 seconds. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
October.
Okay, yeah, you support Trump as president. Why?
Okay, just to preface, I do not support Trump as an actual person. I do not think he's a good person. However, if there were to be an election tomorrow, I would vote for Trump over Kamala if this were the case.
What's that?
Can you not hear me?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, sorry. I was saying that I support some of Trump's policies, but I would not say that he's a good person and that I support any of the actions he makes personally. But
okay, well, you understand that like the policies are an action that he's making personally. You can't separate the person from the president. A lot of people like try to do this. We see like this emerging political philosophy that we could somehow separate the personal actions from the presidential actions of the president. I don't think that's true in the slightest. There's a reason why we care about the character of the president. That reason is because the character is what drives the policy. And on top of that, the presidency, alongside every other public office in America, is a role of public service where their point is to serve the public. Okay? But I mean, if they don't care about other people outside of themselves because they're a rapist like Trump, truly, he doesn't care about other people outside of himself, or he wouldn't rape a woman. Like, yeah, no, and I think that is integrally contradictory to the necessary foundation of what is required in order to be a good public servant. You have to care about other people. He doesn't, and that's why you can't separate the president from the person.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good point. But I would ask you, like, do you think Kamala is a better person overall than Trump?
Oh yeah, no shit. I mean, this is like Jesus Christ versus Satan incarnate. Yeah.
Okay, well, like, I feel like everyone makes mistakes, and I feel like if I were to choose tomorrow, I think Trump would be doing a better job overall as president than Kamala ever would.
Yeah, I think that just saying, oh, everybody makes mistakes. That's why Trump accidentally raped somebody. Everybody makes mistakes. This is why Trump accidentally sent Epstein a letter depicting the body of a naked girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. Everybody makes mistakes. This is why Trump refused to rent to black people in the 70s and then got sued for it. Everybody makes mistakes. This is why Donald Trump has been breaking the law, defying the people, defying Congress, and refusing to release the Epstein files. I don't know.
That's
I don't
really
know
not
about
like
that.
what I meant when I said that.
Yeah.
I do not agree with any of those actions that
Okay, well, I mean, some of those actions were presidential, like defying Congress and breaking the law, refusing to release the Epstein files. That's something that he's doing in office. But tell us, why would you vote for Trump tomorrow? What does he have going for him that makes you consider yourself MAGA, Miss Molly?
I feel like as he's been president, like he has improved our country,
How?
through like his like the difference he's made. Um,
Economically? Okay, she just left. Alrighty, let's gotta move on to the next guest. We're gonna be rage baiting the fuck out of Trump supporters all day long, by the way. I just want to let y'all know we're gonna be a little bit more spicy than usual because I need to implement some strategy here to try to actually get some Trump supporters up on the stream. So, just putting that one out there. But hey, to all you Trump supporters, I know that you are very stupid, and that's why you won't join the live stream, because you know that this progressive is smarter than you and could out-debate you. But I don't know, maybe if you happen to grow a spine and you're not a scared, stupid little MAGA guy, feel free to hop inside of the guest request. But I know you won't. I know you won't request to join the stream because I know you're scared. I know you won't hit that little multi-guest button at the bottom of the phone screen, then hit request to join the live stream. I know you won't do that. I know you're scared. I know you won't do that. Let's go ahead and try to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Truth nuke alert. They won't request to join because they know they're not smarter than the progressive. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Looks like it's working, guys. Holy cow. Hey, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 19,
Cool, dude. What year were you born in, dude?
2007, January 10th.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people, and once I'm done, the mic and the floor will be yours. Thank you, Max, for the $30 donation on PayPal. Dude, that's a very kind donation of you, man. Thank you. Let's get 300 Max W's. Max with the $30 says, hey, Dean, love you, man. Hope you have a good day. Let's destroy these MAGAs. On God, Max! No, we're going to have a great stream. We're going to destroy some Trump supporters. Thank you for the $30, man. Rylan, thank you for the $14, who says, day 5, Dean, hope your stream goes well today. Hey, thanks, Rylan. It's good to see you today. Thank you, Max and Rylan. Fanny, thank you for the $14 as well. You says 1 year anniversary on your TikTok fan club. Your lives are a very safe space for me. Thank you for everything. Fanny, that's awesome. I'm so happy that you've been enjoying the streams over the course of last year, and I hope that you enjoyed the debates tonight. Kay, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you for the love and hope you enjoy the VOD. Kayla, thank you for the $12, who says, that's funny, Kayla. Thank you for letting me know. Gracie, thank you for the $20, who says, I just want to say thank you for all that you do. I've been listening to you for a while I work, and you've really changed my personal stances on lots of things. Hey, thank you so much for letting me know, Gracie. I'm so happy that you've been able to take something of value away from what we do. People like you are exactly why we run these streams in the first place. I'm just so happy that we're able to effectively change minds with them. Then we have a few more people to thank over on Venmo. I'm just going to thank 2 people for now, and then we're going to hop back into that debate. Alicia and Sammy. You two are so fucking kind. Thank you so much, Alicia and Sammy, for the $50 donation each on Venmo. That is Alicia spelled A-L-Y-S-H-A. Thank you so much for the love. Alicia with the $50 says, you don't have to read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. That's a lot of money, and I'm so grateful for you. And then Sammy with the $50 says, usually a VOD watcher, but listening to you live today on my birthday and loving the energy that you are giving. Sammy, happy birthday. Please show some love to both Alicia and Sammy down below, but show some extra special love to Sammy because it is his birthday. Appreciate y'all so much. Let's go ahead and hop into that debate. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you support this old grumpy orange thing as president.
Okay, so the reason why I support him is because we are Charlie Kirk.
All right, let's go to ban you and move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. For all the Trump supporters out there, I know that you could never debate me. You're too scared to debate me. You know you don't have the spine to join that guest request. Prove me wrong by joining that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. I know you won't do it though, which is why we have so many trolls. I know you won't do it. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Welcome in, Thaddeus. Do you support Trump?
Get in! Fuck! Oh, sorry, Dean. I thought it was gonna kick me. Auto kick me.
Yeah, you're here. Do you support? Oh, fuck! It did auto kick you. Wait, how did you know that? I didn't kick him. What just happened? He said I thought it was going to auto kick him, and then it did. What the hell? Fuck, dude, that's weird.
I'm back.
I didn't accept you either. I don't know what's going on. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2008. January 2nd.
Okay, I have no fucking clue what's going on. I guess we're just gonna ignore that. I don't just.
Yeah, that was very, very weird.
Yeah, tell us why you support Trump.
So I was in your live yesterday in the queue for a while, and I know you got a lot of debates, or somewhat debates, about the immigration policies.
Yeah, like every single guest.
Yeah. But unlike them, I actually did research, so.
Oh, cool. Take it away.
So when I was researching, I used the whitehouse.gov URL, or I think that's what it's called. And it was saying that he had cut fentanyl trafficking at the southern border by 56%, and he also achieved a negative net migration.
I'm so sorry, man. You can't say the names of drugs on TikTok Live. They'll ban you for it, and they'll restrict me for it. When you say the name of any drug on TikTok Live, they don't look at the context of why you mentioned the drug. They just, like, they don't allow you to mention the drugs in any context. They do it to prevent people from, like, promoting the use of drugs. But, of course, they also just happen to, in virtue of that, ban people who are just talking about public policy. I'm sorry, my friend. You definitely caught a stray there. I could bring you back up in 10 minutes because that's how long I have to leave you inside of that queue. If you want to hop back inside of the queue, I'll bring you back up in 10 minutes. Welcome. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you, Jeremy?
19, June 26, 2007.
Yeah, I'm getting some weird acoustics from you, Jeremy.
No.
Jeremy?
My room's just big.
How do you pronounce your name? Is it Jeremy or Jeremy?
Jeremy. I'm at my table. I could, like...
Jeremy? Jeremy? Is it
I'm not in my bed.
Jeremy? Okay, Jeremy. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think that Antifa is using transgender mice to attack the reflecting pool.
Okay, Jeremy, I'm going to ban you now.
Why?
Well, I'm going to ban you, Jeremy.
No.
Jeremy, I'm going to ban you. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Let's go to get the next guest up here right now, folks. We got Brooke loaded in inside of the queue, folks. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Brooke, or are you a troll?
Oh, no, I don't. The guy kind of sucks.
Okay, well, base. Guys, listen. For all my Trump supporters out there, hop inside of that queue. I know you won't. I know you're too scared to join the guest request, which is why it's flooded with trolls, because all the Trump supporters are too scared, but I don't know, folks. Maybe this progressive is smarter than you, and that's why you won't join, because you lack a spine. But, if you want to step up and be a real MAGA American, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. Of course, this guy is a Trump supporter. Little child is a Trump supporter. I know that because he's just spamming the N-word. But let's go ahead and get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're a real MAGA American. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Opophilia. That is a great Lumineer song, by the way. Do you support Trump? Opophilia, it's your time to shine. You got a couple seconds to speak up before we ban you. Looks like she's getting banned. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Sarah loading up inside of the queue, folks. Where are the real MAGA Americans at? Why are you guys so scared, dude? You guys know that you can't outsmart me. Yeah, that's why you're not joining. We got to turn the rage bait up today. I think it's our only hope to get some debates. Knight, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you, Knight?
19,
What year you born in, Knight?
2007, May 31st.
And why do you support Trump, Knight?
I don't know, it's just like how orange he is, the way he reflects on me just makes me want to
Sarah,
touch
do you support
myself.
Trump?
Yeah, I do. I was on here a couple of days ago, if you remember me.
I don't remember you, Sarah. No, I don't.
Okay.
Do we have a good conversation?
Kind of.
And you still support him after our conversation?
Yeah, we didn't really get around to talking about much. I was having a problem with, I kind of just like ramble on. I'll try not to do that today.
Okay, Sarah, listen, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a good conversation. Let me thank a couple people, then Mike, the floor is yours. Thank you, Zombie, for the 20 Australian dollar dono over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, donated the other day and you didn't read my Super Chat. Lots of love to you. You're lucky I'm not in the bath. I'm sorry that I didn't see your donation the other day. Lots of love to you, Zombie. Let's get 400 Zombie W's down below. I'm sorry for missing your dono the other day. Thank you for the $20. That's very kind of you. Same thing to you, Kyle. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Sophia, thank you for the 10. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Sophia. And very similarly, I'm sorry that I missed your dono yesterday as well. Thank you for the $10, Sophia, as well as Josiah. Thank you for the 10, who says, hey, Dean, I'm just curious on your thoughts on Pete Buttigieg as a politician. Yeah, my thoughts are is that Pete Buttigieg has a lot going for him because he's a pretty intelligent guy. He has some, good thoughts on domestic policy, but then he has a lot going against him because he's pro-Israel and an establishment liberal. If Pete Buttigieg could just separate himself from the establishment, I genuinely think he'd be one of our best options. Because, like I said, he has a lot going for him. Thank you for the love. Same thing to you, Selfie. Thank you for the $20 dono. Let's get 200 Selfie W's down below. Selfie with a 20 says, Dean, I have had a really hard time these past couple of years, and your debates are funny clips that have helped me look forward to some light in the middle of the dark, so thank you. Well, thank you, Sophie. I'm so happy that the streams are able to help cheer you up. That's super exciting. Thank you for the love. Then thank you for the $25 dono, who says, you've literally raised my standards for watching debates. Let's go. I'm done unpacking from my new apartment, and the stream literally just started in time. Well, hey, have a nice time chilling out tonight after a long day of unpacking in that new place. I understand exactly how exhausted you're feeling right now. Best of luck to you. I appreciate you for the $25, and of course, Brooke, thank you for the $10 as well. Why don't you going to take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president?
Okay, so I support Trump as president because I support the closing of the border. And that's kind of the main thing right now. I think it's beneficial.
Okay, so you support him as president because of something that he's not doing?
Well, he was the one that started building the wall. I think the wall is a good idea, but also deporting them is effective for deterring them from coming in.
Yeah. So he did start building the wall. He built less than 3% of the total border in 4 years and then stuck the bill to the American taxpayer after saying he'd make Mexico pay for it. The bipartisan border bill proposed under Biden actually would have built more wall than Donald Trump did in his first term. I think that the wall has, all in all, been a very unsuccessful project from him, so I don't think you could ground your support for him in that. Then your second thing was, deportation. Why are you and so many other MAGA Americans just like so concerned with things that either aren't impacting you or hurting you? Like, what is mass deportation doing for the country? How is it making the country better off?
Well, you said a few minutes ago it is deterring some people from coming in. And I think that's important because, they bring in so many DRUGS. And there's a huge sex slavery trafficking going on over there. It's just important to keep it closed and keep these people from coming in. And also I hear you say that they're 4 times less likely to commit a violent crime. That's not true. They're 4 times less likely to be arrested for it, which is different from committing it. And I looked it up, and it's actually about 2.5% less likely to commit a crime than an American citizen. And I feel like even if they commit half of the violent crimes, that is crimes that are preventable. It's preventable by just keeping them out.
Yeah. So first point I'll make here in response to your claim that, well, maybe you support the mass deportation because it's disincentivizing undocumented entry. Yeah, I mean, you operate off of strict utilitarianism. You think that even the worst action could be justified if it generates an outcome that you agree with. Because let me be clear, the things that the Trump administration are doing that is disincentivizing further entry is killing innocent people, illegally deporting innocent people, torturing and starving innocent people in CCOT, okay, attempting to take citizenship away from citizens unconstitutionally to reclassify them as undocumented immigrants and deport them. And you're saying that those actions are justified as means to an end of less undocumented entry? That's what you're arguing?
Well, I don't support every single thing. I do agree that there are some things about ICE that is very bad, but there is, like, you can't ignore, like, the huge, like, trafficking operations that go over the border.
You can't ignore my question. My question is, do the ends justify the means?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're saying that killing and torturing innocent people
No, not
is
killing and
justified.
torturing them.
Those are the
Yeah,
means
I
that you just said
don't-
were
I don't-
justified.
I
I
don't
just went
100%.
over the means that have produced the end result of less undocumented entry into the country. Yeah, that is killing innocent people, torturing and starving innocent people in CCOT, abridging on the Constitution to strip citizens of their citizenship to then attempt to deport them. Those are the means that have produced the end of less undocumented entry. Do the ends justify the means?
Like I said, I don't 100% agree with ICE, but there needs to be some
That's
deportation.
not what I asked you. I'm going to
Okay.
ask one last time, Sarah. Do you think that the ends justify the means?
No, but I would like to know what what their policy on it would be.
Perfect. Well, before you try to pivot, because you've been trying to do that very consistently for the past couple of minutes here, you just said that the end of less undocumented entry does not justify the means of torturing and killing people. So this means you think that all things considered, they shouldn't have been tortured and killed, which means that you think all things considered, that Donald Trump shouldn't have engaged in the thing in which you're arguing you support, meaning that you don't in all reality support it, even if it's produced a good outcome of less undocumented entry. So do you concede that you, on the point that you actually in all reality do not support Trump because there's been less undocumented entry due to the means used by the Trump administration to produce that consequence?
I don't know if I could just answer that in like one question. So, but what's the left's policy on the border?
Why are you pivoting?
I don't know. I just want to know what their policy is and if it's better.
Okay.
So if I know that I should support them
I think
more.
it's a very rude thing to just interject in the middle of a conversation that we've built with dialogue to want to completely shift the topic to a new thing just because I've gotcha. That's not how debates work.
Yeah. Well, my answer to that is that I don't support torturing and killing them, but there needs to be some form of deportation.
Okay, but just not Donald Trump's form of deportation.
Yeah, I said I don't agree with completely on 100% what ICE is doing.
Perfect, yeah.
But I
so
feel
I
like
think that
it's-
you'd actually support the left's policy a lot more. Expedite the legal means of entry into this country to significantly reduce undocumented entry, and then do deportations, but focus on undocumented immigrants who have bad or violent crimes on their records.
Yeah, okay, I can concede to that.
Okay, so this isn't a reason why you support Trump at all.
Yeah, yeah, well, that was one of the main things. When I was on the other day, we talked a little bit about how I like his farm bill. I still do
So that's
like
not one of
that
the
a little
reasons
bit.
why you support Trump as well. So do you concede your support for Trump now that you've conceded one of the main reasons why you think he's a good president?
I don't know, I'd have to think about it more, but that's a good point you have.
Okay, yeah, well, go think about it more. I mean, this shit matters. Okay, keep in mind every day that you're thinking about it, that rapist felon is, killing more people overseas in these needless wars of choice he's started, or starving more people disproportionately in Africa by defunding USAID. So I don't know, man. How about you go and think about it, because it's important.
Yeah, also, I just had a question for you because I've been seeing this all over every single Democratic news company. It's that Donald Trump's administration is slaughtering thousands of wild horses. I'd like to know what you think about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, I've actually am very familiar with the process for it, and it's there needs to be they can't directly send them to slaughter. That's not how it works. It's just that they're selling them to unvetted buyers, which then take them over the border. So I just like to know your opinion because it seemed like a very big thing that everyone's talking about.
Okay, well, they're probably not talking about what you're talking about. If they're reporting to saying that they're slaughtering them and you're saying that they're not slaughtering them, you're probably talking about two different things.
Yeah, well, they're not.
Okay, so then you're not talking about what the Trump administration is doing.
Okay, I just want to know what they're doing.
Okay,
Because
well,
I
then
see it everywhere.
then go read the reporting on it. That's personally not something I've really touched on. I appreciate you for coming up, Sarah. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for considering the things that I said and conceding to that main point. Let's go to get the next guest up in here at this moment in time. Yeah, I would just recommend, seriously, reading the reporting on it. We just got banned. What did we get banned for? For misinformation? That's strange. What the hell? We just got randomly taken down for misinfo. Let me take a look at the violation. Yeah. We just got randomly taken down for misinformation. This is weird. Looks like it's a 3-day ban. That's unfortunate. I think that we get that from talking about the 2020 election. It's not telling me here how long the ban is. What did we say? What did we say? Was anybody paying attention to that? I don't know. Okay, well I actually can't even appeal the ban. Like let me show you guys what it looks like on my end. Cuz this is really weird. This is really quite strange. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit smaller than show it to you guys. So it just says live guest access restricted. It doesn't give any details, just 2 quotes, when it will usually say, like, you know, how long you're restricted for, when you'll be unrestricted. And then it just says that the reason is misinformation. And then it doesn't even give me any option to appeal it or anything. That's weird. I'm happy that I have a TikTok rep because they're already looking into it. So they'll take a look. If I had to guess, it's probably something to do with the 2020 election. If I had to take a guess, it's probably something to do with the 2020 election. I do notice that anytime I talk about the 2020 election, I get a restriction for misinformation, even when what I say is like 100% accurate. So just to clarify for everybody watching, it is a 100% fact-based accurate account of the 2020 election to say that Donald Trump tried to rig and steal the 2020 election. That is a fact, okay? You could find evidence to explain and justify this fact by looking up Donald Trump's fake elector plot, attempted coup, 2020 election. AP's reported on it. I mean, Trump admitted to it. Now, there's other people saying the fucking horses? I don't know. I don't know anything about the horses. Is Trump sending wild horses to be slaughtered? Maybe that's it? I don't know. Let's take a look. Okay, well, Google's saying, no, the federal government doesn't have an official policy to send wild horses to slaughter, but an investigative report shows that thousands of low-cost wild horses sold by the government have ended up in the slaughter pipeline. Okay, well, it seems like that's saying something pretty similar. And honestly, I just said that. I don't know. You know, go defer to the reporting. It's not something I've looked at. So maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know. So we have an active appeal running on that. We'll probably have our account back here in like 10 minutes. In the meantime, we'll probably just pop on the second account. That's fine. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. So let's go to get signed into there right now. Really brutal day we're having, folks. Let's go and get that signed in right now. Yeah, I don't know anything about the horses. It's just not something I've taken a look into. I have seen like other people reporting on it though. Okay. I have to completely restart TikTok Studio. It's probably going to take me like a minute or two here to get signed into the second account because they make it so hard. TikTok makes it just so difficult. It's actually insane. It actually just makes it so difficult, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Did I just say that? Did I just say, let's go and get that next guest connected? Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA? Bro, what am I doing? I'm so brain rotted, dude. I'm so brain rotted, man. I'm so stupid, bro. What am I talking about? We're not even like live on TikTok. I'm like actively trying to get this shit worked out. Oh, sorry, folks. Slightly adjusting the camera. There we go. I guess my camera was a little bit off. That looks a lot better. Let's go to get the next guest. I just did it again. Holy fuck. I did it again, bro. I'm a robot. I'm an android. Am I even an agent with free will? Crazy work. Okay, yeah, TikTok Studio is just completely crashing on me. Oh, there we go. We got it now. Let's go and get logged in. Dang, bro, my stomach is growling at me. Should eaten some more food before I started the live stream. Guess that means be eating good tonight. Dude, we got a place local here where I live. They serve what they call super fries, and it's just French fries, carne asada, and cheese. And oh my fucking god, it's so good, bro. It's so good. Love that shit, bro. Love that shit, bro. Might even get some of that shit for dinner tonight. All right, we are signed into the second account. Let's go ahead and get that live stream started. Hopefully in the next 30 minutes, we should have an official appeal. Okay, now I can finally tell people to hop inside of the queue. Oh my god. All right, we're back on TikTok. We're on our alt account at DNC Dean. Folks. Welcome in, folks. For everybody that's tuning into the live stream, thank you so much for being here. We were taken down on the main account for a misinformation ban. We should hopefully be back up in the next 15 minutes, folks. Alrighty, guys, alrighty. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. After we got taken down, I was low-key spamming that. I was spamming that. I was saying only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. I wasn't even live on TikTok. We didn't even have a queue. I'm embarrassing, guys. I'm embarrassing myself over here. All right, guys, let's go ahead and hop into the debates. Thank you so much, DB, for the galaxy. Really kind of you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yo, huge shout out to the Rogue Soul with $100 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. The Rogue Soul, you are actually the GOAT. Thank you so much. That is so much money. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much to the Rogue Soul. Show some major love to the Rogue Soul down below in that comment section for the $100 donation. Like, god damn, dude. The Rogue Soul with 100 says, for the safety and security funding, much love and keep checkmating these idiots. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's get 1,000 Rogue Soul W's. Show some massive love to Rogue Soul down below. That is very kind of you. Seriously. Same thing to Zombie with the 15 Canadian dollars who says, go get them super fries, bro. On God. Appreciate you for the love. Leah, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars who says, have you seen what Trump said about renaming Lake Ontario to Lake on America? Anyway, sending you lots of love from Canada. Of course, Donald Trump would say some stupid shit like that. I've not seen that Trump has said that, but I won't even ask you for a source since that seems to make so much sense. Welcome in, Southern. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I want to tell you something.
What kind of
you want to
know
who my cousin is?
What kind of stupid shit is Southern Flame?
I don't know. My cousin is Puss Puss. You know that guy? That's my cousin.
Like dead ass?
Yeah, that's my cousin, Puss Puss. He missed you, by the way. He missed you.
That's so funny. So are you actually a Trump supporter, or are you messing around like him?
No, I actually am.
Okay, why is that?
But I don't know, because I agree with some of his stuff and some is 50-50 on it, to be honest with you. 50-50. To be honest. I don't like
so what does he do that you do support?
To me, it's like his immigration policy can be good and bad.
Holy shit. We are, dude. Hey, can we get some TikTok creator manager in that comment section? We already got the violation lifted on the main account. We're going back to the main account already. Yo, Southern Flame, I'm down to have you on as a first guest over there. Just try to make your way into the queue. If you get into the queue, I'll bring you up, okay?
Okay, but yeah, that's my cousin, by the way. Do you want me to get him? Thank you.
That's okay. I think I'm good without Puss, but I'll talk to you, bro. I'll talk to you. Guys, if you're on TikTok, we're already going to head back over to the main account. We got the our TikTok creator manager to lift that restriction. So shout out to them. Shout out to them. The GOAT, the GOAT. Y'all, when we start that stream on my main account, try to spam that chat, spam the like, spam the shares. Let's do everything in our power to get that live bumping out. See y'all there ASAP. Peace and love. At Dean Withers, by the way. Go to the main account. All right, we're already ready. Dang, bro, that was fast as fuck. That was almost too fast, dude. That was almost too fast, dude. We were only live on that second account for like 2 fucking seconds, man. Good. I've really been loving this. Dude, I feel like I'm living a luxurious life with a TikTok manager nowadays. I feel like I'm living a luxurious life out here. You know, I get taken down, then boom! You know, next thing you know, we're back up. I fucking love my creator manager. They're the GOATs. Let's go to get that live stream started right now, everyone. We're already signed back into that main account. We got that restriction lifted. We are good to go. Nice. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get that stream started. Here we go. All right, we're live. Perfect. Let's go ahead and hop back into those debates. Sorry for the intermission there. We are all good now. We're ready to go. Welcome back in for everybody who's tuning back in on the main account. Thanks for being here, folks. We got a faulty restriction. For misinformation. We did get the account back up, so we are A-okay. We're good to go, folks. For all the Trump supporters out there that are joining in, if you're not absolutely terrified of me, only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. I don't think that we're going to get that many Trump supporters connected to the stream tonight because I think they're all fucking terrified. Also, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Share out that live with a couple friends. Spam that chat. We are back, okay? I feel like I'm living a very luxurious lifestyle with a TikTok creator manager that I got by my side. He is the absolute GOAT. I want to see some W creator managers down below. The GOAT got us back online in like less than 5 minutes. DB, appreciate you for that water buffalo. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Joseph. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
27.
What are your pronouns?
He, him.
What is your sex?
Boy.
Okay, we're gonna go to ban you. Let's go to get the next guest connected.
Please,
only opposite of the give you happen to be MAGA. That one like really could have gone either way there. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And you support this idiot? Jesus Christ. Oh fuck! You've been trying to get up.
We actually talked before.
You've been trying to get up into the stream for a while now, haven't you, bud? Or is this not our first conversation?
Yeah, this is not our first conversation.
So I see this post on your account. It says, "Bad to debate Dean Withers. Wish me luck, chat." Do you need some luck?
I guess.
All right, I think that you do need some luck too. So take it away. Tell us why you support the 34 count felon, adjudicated rapist, Cheeto asshole as president. Let's hear it.
All right. So, as I was saying in our previous debate, the immigration, his laws on that.
Immigration. It's always immigration with you. You know, most people voted for Trump because of the economy. Nobody mentions the economy anymore. A lot of people voted for Trump because of the social policy. Nobody mentions the social policy anymore. A lot of people voted for Trump because of foreign policy. Nobody mentions a foreign policy anymore. You know, it's almost like I'm just talking to robots all day long. You come up here, you tell me you support Trump because of his mass deportation, then I ask you to quantify one benefit of mass deportation. You can't do it. And then I quantify all of the detriments of mass deportation, ranging from the destruction of our labor force, to reducing our GDP growth, to reducing our taxable revenue, to increasing our poverty, to splitting up families, to killing innocent people, to illegally deporting people overseas to be tortured. And then you get stun locked. You maybe go and ah a couple times, and then I just move on to the next guest. So like, let's just speed it up here. What's the point you want to make? Why is Trump a good president? You got my attention. You got the mic. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me up in the first place. But I do agree with a lot of the immigration stuff, economy. But right now, the economy ain't doing great. Could be better.
Yeah, one of the big reasons to not support Trump is because he made the economy terrible. He crashed the American economy. Yeah.
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 But with the immigration, correct me if I'm wrong, but crime rates have gone down by a bit.
And they've been going down for the last 5 years. Murder rates fell by 15% under Biden in 2024. If anything, we'd expect Trump's mass deportation to have an upward pressure on crime rates because he's deporting less of the violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants, and it destabilizes the economy, which causes more poverty, which is linked to crime. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. My bad. But most of the deportations done have been self-deportations and not forced deportations.
Right. It's about 50%.
Yeah, no one was forcing them to deport themselves.
So you don't think that coercion is
choice.
forced? If I put a gun to your head and I said, give me 10 push-ups, or I'm going to pull the trigger, and you gave me 10 push-ups, did I force you to do 10 push-ups, even though you chose to sit down on the ground and give me 10? I'd say that coercion is a form of force. Okay, and when undocumented immigrants see other immigrants getting brutalized, illegally detained, shoved in these terrible, terrible camps like Alligator Alcatraz, where they don't have clean running water or meals with maggots in them, when they see innocent people deported to Seacot, where they're literally tortured and starved, when they see people get shot and killed for doing nothing, yeah, I would say that is a coercive force that has led to self-deportations. Now, when you get to the point about what Donald Trump is doing that's good for this country, that explains your support for him.
Well, as you stated, crime rates have gone down under Biden and Trump. So.
And then I explained how, if anything, his mass deportation has had an upward pressure on the crime rates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but with the self-deportation versus being put on a plane and taken back to your country, they were given two options. You can go rehome yourself back to where you came from, or be put on a plane and be forced back to where you came from.
It just sounds like you're talking to talk. I still haven't heard a response to anything I've said or a valid reason why Trump is a good president. Do you have an argument?
Yeah.
What is it?
Most of it's immigration, because that's the topic that I've studied the most.
What's the argument then, please? Can I get the argument?
Well, he's making our country a good bit safer because he's deporting all of the criminals.
I've already explained to you how this is false. What was my explanation? Can you repeat it, please?
All right, but every illegal immigrant...
Can you repeat the argument that I gave you, please? No, you can't.
I don't remember the exact argument that you stated.
Yeah, you just said that every undocumented immigrant is a criminal. That is wrong. A criminal who is somebody who's engaged in criminal activity or found guilty of criminal activity. Honestly, I would say found guilty of criminal activity.
Is a federal crime to come into a country undocumented. That requires documents.
Yeah, so A, it's never prosecuted. They're just deported. And B, if it is prosecuted, it's prosecuted in civil courts. It's a civil offense, not a criminal offense, which explains why not every undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Not to mention that some undocumented immigrants, especially those that came into the country as children, have a protected status like DACA recipients, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to get to the argument part? Like, about why you think that Trump is a good president? Are we gonna get there at at any point? Should I just start throwing shit out there? Okay, you said that it's making the country safer. No, it's not. Okay, I already gave you an explanation of how, if anything, Donald Trump's mass deportation has put an upward pressure on crime rates because they're focusing less on the undocumented immigrants that are actually committing the bad crimes and more on the innocent undocumented immigrants that are just here for a better life. Yeah. Okay, we've also went over how it destroys the economy, reduces the productive capacities of American manufacturers, reduces GDP growth, reduces taxable revenue, increases poverty, which also has an upward pressure on crime rates. You know, we could also go over your own hypocrisy because you're like, oh, every undocumented immigrant is a criminal, which explains why we need them out of the country. But then when Donald Trump is literally found guilty of 34 felonies in a court of law and literally held civilly liable for raping a woman, you can't even say at the bare minimum that we should get him out of the White House. Like, where do you want to go, bro? Like, come on. Like, The same talking points from every single guest are being regurgitated right now by you. What's your response to the counter arguments?
So I can agree with most people. Grape is considered a very wrong thing. That's pretty common knowledge. But I don't look at a president for what they've done before. I look at them, are they doing pretty good for the country? You know?
Okay, so then let's look at undocumented immigrants the same way. Let's not be concerned with the fact that they broke a law coming into the country. Let's more so be concerned with the fact that they're making the country better by making active and major contributions to the GDP, taxable revenue, productive capacities of our manufacturers, buying more goods, selling goods, producing goods, selling services, so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're an illegal,
so we should look at undocumented immigrants and their economic contributions that make the country better, right?
I mean, I think that they should, but
Wait, so we shouldn't even look at the fact that they broke the law. That's completely irrelevant because they make the country better, correct?
They're not always making the country better. Like,
yeah, undocumented immigrants as a demographic make the country better. That is undeniable. We're looking at them as a holistic demographic. The demographic of undocumented immigrants make the country better, correct or incorrect?
They can take the country for a turn for the worse.
Okay, so I want you to go ahead and give me an argument that the overall demographic of undocumented immigrants make the country worse. What is the argument for that claim?
Okay, but what I was trying to say just a minute ago.
Now, can I get an argument for that claim, please?
Okay, sorry, 1 second. But not taking into account that it's a crime to come into the country undocumented. Like, if you're a good person, my heart breaks that you got deported, you know?
Can you answer my question, please?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Dude, I said it 3 times. What is the argument for the claim that undocumented immigrants as a demographic make the country worse off?
Okay, so crime.
So your claim is that they
A lot of crimes committed have been by illegals lately, not including.
False. That claim is false. According to PNAS, undocumented immigrants actually reduce crime rates, not only because they are directly 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime and 4 times less likely to commit a nonviolent crime, but they also make the economy better, which reduces poverty, which also helps to overall reduce crime.
Mm-hmm. Because if you are doing good for the country,
do
reduce
you
crime.
concede the claim that undocumented immigrants increase crime?
Yes and no. It's sort of your
yes and no is a contradiction. It's either the case that you still do affirm the claim or you concede the claim. You cannot simultaneously
I do affirm
and concede. Okay, how do you affirm the claim that undocumented increase crimes in light of the fact that they literally reduce crime rates?
I mean, that I wasn't 100% aware of. But
now that you are aware of that, how can you still affirm the claim that undocumented immigrants increase crimes in light of the fact that they literally reduce crime rates?
Okay. Most of the crimes that do get committed by an illegal immigrant are very, very heinous.
The claim that most of the crimes that are committed by undocumented immigrants are very heinous is not only false, but also, once again, a non-response to the question that was asked of you. The question that was asked of you is, how do you affirm the claim that undocumented immigrants increase crimes when they directly reduce crime rates by being 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit nonviolent crimes? And they also indirectly reduce crime rates by making the economy better, which reduces poverty, which reduces crime.
So could you tell me how they're making the economy better?
By contributing $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to GDP per year, by contributing $100 billion to taxable revenue per year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. My bad. I was doing something.
So do you concede the claim that undocumented immigrants increase crime?
Yeah.
So
I didn't say they increase crime, but I'm saying that they are a portion of it.
Okay. No. You made the claim that they increase crime, which is one way that the demographic of all undocumented immigrants makes America worse off.
Excuse me.
How many
From
continents are there,
a-
my friend?
Shit. 7.
How many?
I think 7 off the top of my head.
Name them.
What? So South America, North America, Europe.
Europe's not a continent.
Dude. Okay, thanks. Sorry. I was never good at
Europe is a continent, my friend. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Dude. Lord have mercy. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you have, dude. Like they got those that guy was an actual robot, dude. That guy was an actual robot, bro. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Lord have fucking mercy. Lord have mercy, dude. Lord have mercy. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Just like Jesus Christ. Katie Davis, I appreciate you for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only drop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it so much if you could do your very best to follow those rules. Let's go to get the next guest, Xander Green, connected. Munch! Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Munch. Let's go ahead and get 500 Munch W's down below. That is very kind of you. That is very kind of you, Munch. Munch with a $50 says, blows my mind every time that Chester Cheetah, Boot, Lickers, and John Sniffers don't know the difference between a claim and an argument. Keep on cooking, Chef Boyardee. Dude, I'm trying my best to cook, dude. But like, listen, I can't cook with shit ingredients. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people that we've spoken with today have been shit ingredients. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the $50. That is very kind of you. That is a major donation, and I'm so grateful for you. Same thing to you, Chose of the Goat with the $20, who says, fun fact, the Trump tariffs led to China increasing carbide costs. This directly increases U.S. manufacturing costs, as carbide is going up by 6 times the cost. GM plants are actively having meetings about this. Hey, well, thank you so much for that information. I'll try to wrap that into my debates. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Miss Persephone, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Let's get 500 Persephone W's. That is so kind of you. Persephone, I'm not going to read your message out loud in case that was a part of what got us taken down for misinformation, even though the ban was false. Just know that I appreciate you, and I'd highly recommend that everybody watching on YouTube definitely takes a look at what she said. Thank you for the love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, Dean, for
that would be a small little child. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Folks, I don't know what's going on today. We're not really finding too many Trump supporters. I know that they're very scared of me, but try to hop inside of the queue. For all the Trump supporters watching, I want you to grow a little bit of a spine, a little bit of a backbone, be a real MAGA American, and only hop inside of that queue if you're here for a debate. I'd appreciate that, folks. I'd appreciate that. Let's go to get the next guest, Nick F. Fishing, connected. Thank you, Hannah, for the $10 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much. That's very kind of you, Hannah. Thanks for letting me know. Nick, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
You got me playing on a second device. Can you turn that off or something?
No.
Okay, maybe it's like a little bit of an echo or something. I don't know.
I think I got you.
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
Okay. I'm going to thank a couple people. Then the mic and the floor will be yours. Remy, that is R-E-M-I-E. Thank you for the $10. Who says, supporting everything that you do, Dean. Can you please call me the Goofy Goober? Okay. Thank you for the $10, you Goofy Goober. Appreciate you. As well, Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Who says, switched over to YouTube to see you become a total robot and agent devoid of free will. That was gold. I appreciate you for the $20, Joseph. Oh, yeah, dude, we're only like an hour deep into the stream today, and I'm already having so many goddamn issues. Holy shit. Same thing to you, Barta. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Barda W's. I was in his stream last night. Absolutely. He's a damn good debater. Thank you for that love, Barda. Ian, thank you for the $15, who says, I was called a simple-minded Trump supporter by a keyboard warrior today because I said that privately funded indie race in DC was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that like an indie race in DC could be cool without it being like reflective of any positive attributes of the Trump administration, which I would assume is what you meant by that. Sorry about that, Ian. Thank you for the $15. Then one more person to thank on Venmo for now, Mr. Daniel. Thank you for the $25 donation. He says, hey, Dean, it's my 18th birthday today. I just want to say that I watch you often. I love what you do. Keep on going. Keep changing minds until we win against the Origin and have a better economy. You are the best. You are the best, Daniel. And happy 18th birthday. That is a big birthday. I remember my 18th birthday. But I also remember thinking like, oh, like rats, this sucks. I wish it was just my 21st birthday so I could actually get some more rights. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you as well, Max, for the $10. I do remember you, Max. Jonathan, thank you for the $12 on PayPal. He says, just wanted to say I love your content. Thanks, Jonathan. Let's get 100 Jonathan W's. And then James, SJ, and Mask, and Leslie. What the fuck? James, SJ, Max, and Leslie. Thank you guys so much for the $50 donations each. I want to see 500 James W's, 500 Mask W's, 500 Leslie W's, and 500 SJ W's in that chat. That is fucking wild. Holy cow. Thank you, you guys. James with the 50 says, blessings to you, my man. Keep on going on and stay safe. I'm trying my best to stay safe, brother. It's a little bit hard right now. Things are a little bit scary. Thank you for the love, though. SJ with the $50 actually asked me to not read their message out loud. You got that, SJ. I'll keep that to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. Mask also with a $50 donation also asked me to not read their message out loud. So you got that. Thank you, Mass and SJ. And then Leslie with a $50 says, fellow Coloradian here, the unconscionable theft of the treasury grift and $1.5 billion so far entrenchment by the president and sycophants must end and be clawed back. MAGAs ignore deficit and power harp when dims in power must be offset by cuts to discretionary spending. I appreciate you so much for the love, Leslie. I think the big takeaway from that message is just that the right are spending big, which is absolutely true. We are already an additional $3 trillion in debt today because of the Trump administration, and we're only a year and a half into their term. Why don't you going to take it away, Nick? Tell us why you support Trump. Thank you guys for the love. Show some major love to all the donors down below.
Yes, sir. All right. So, like, one of the main reasons why I support Trump is mostly, like, just from his first term, you know? I mean, like the biggest thing is he had, like, a lot of middle-class relief, I feel like. You know, like, the working class was benefited from it, the middle class was benefited, and the upper class was benefited, too, from his tax cuts.
Yeah, if every single thing that you just said was true, this wouldn't explain why you support Trump today. It would just explain why you would have supported Trump 10 years ago.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I do still support Trump, because of what he did in his first term.
Okay, so let me make this clear. So you think in his first term that he actually made life easier for the average American, and that's why you support him today when we know he's actively making life harder for the average American?
Yes, because his policies are still standing today.
No. In fact, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is no longer standing. That was replaced by the Big Beautiful Bill, which, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year.
Yeah. Shit, you kind of got me there. Well, like, I also support his border policy, too.
Okay, so you're just completely moving on from the... No.
Oh,
I want to talk about the economy. Do you concede that Trump is bad for the economy?
No.
Okay, then what is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden? How has he made the economy better?
I haven't studied that far into it.
Okay, well then how do you know that he's not bad for the economy?
Because of what he did in his first term.
Okay. So what specifically did he do in his first term which explains why he's good for the economy today?
Where he helped out the working class.
Okay, which was what? What policy?
I don't have the exact policy, but...
Then how do you know that he helped out the working class?
Because in 2019, the lowest 25% of wage earners saw a 4.5% wage increase.
Okay, in 2019, you know what else we saw in 2019? You know what else we saw in 2019, my friend?
What else
we saw the highest level of unemployment in 100 years. In April of 2019, our unemployment rate was 14.8%. So just to be clear, young man, I'm not scared of you. Okay, I'm not scared of you. Pipe down. Just to be clear, young man, you're saying that something transpired in the American economy in 2019. And because Trump was president when that transpired, Donald Trump therefore caused it. So let's just go ahead and apply your logic to the highest level of unemployment in 100 years. And if you want to respond by saying, well, Dean, that wasn't caused by Trump, that was caused by external factors like the pandemic. Okay, well, then you're just saying that there are other things outside of the president who can impact the economy. So now you're going to have to prove that Donald Trump did indeed cause that first economic outcome of really fast median wage growth by demonstrating the policy that he passed that caused it.
Yeah, Dean, you're right. You kind of got me here. But also, I have one more question for you.
So do you concede that you can't make an argument that he's good for the economy?
Yeah, but
okay.
Can
The
I ask you
argument
one
that
more
he's bad
question?
for the economy is very clear. His tariffs caused the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since 2010 last year in 2025. We also saw the very worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions, only adding 181,000 jobs to the economy compared to 2.2 million jobs a year prior. We've seen inflation go up since the start of his second term. We've seen layoffs go up since the start of his second term. We've seen real median wage growth go down since the start of his second term. We've seen real GDP growth go down since the start of his second term. We've seen investment in manufacturers go down since the start of his second term. And we've seen, let's see here, unemployment go up since the start of his second term. And we've seen gas prices skyrocket since the start of his second term. So you're telling us here that you have no argument that you could give to me to justify the claim that he's good for the economy. Meanwhile, I just gave you an argument that involved maybe like 10 macroeconomic variables to explain why he's bad for the economy. So do you agree that we have more reason to believe that Trump is bad for the economy than we do have reason to believe that Trump is good for the economy?
I think so. I think that you got me on that topic. But
okay. So because you concede that he's bad for the economy and the reason why you supported him as president is because you thought he was good for the economy, do you now concede your support for Trump as a whole?
Yes, but before you take me off, can I ask you one more question?
What?
And this is just ingenuine. It doesn't relate to Trump. But you said that, well, I mean, it kind of does. It more so relates to you. So you said that if it doesn't affect, you said in a debate or two ago, you said that if it doesn't affect, like you personally as a person, then why is MAGA still talking about it? But I also feel.
No.
What'd you say then?
Said if it doesn't affect you or the nation in a positive way, then why is it something that you support?
Oh, my bad. I misheard you then. I'm sorry. All right, Dean. Well, I appreciate you for letting me on here, and you definitely changed my mind. So appreciate it.
I'm happy I could change your mind, man. W. What is La Peace in the chat mean? What are you guys talking about? What are we yapping about? Quite frankly, what are we yapping about, folks? No clue. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, good to talk to you again, Dean.
We've spoken before.
We have 2 different times.
Oh, wow. That's crazy, man. I don't even know. I don't even remember you, sir. Your bio says, as seen on Jubilee. You've been on Jubilee.
Yeah, I debated Glenn Greenwald earlier this year, and then I'll be on another episode later on this year.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, hang out with us just for one moment while I thank a couple people. Folks, if you want to support me and you want to support the stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. You could also always find the handle living right there at the top of the phone screen. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E and my last name Withers. The handle also always permanently lives in the pinned comment over in that YouTube stream. If you use a handle for Venmo or PayPal, just quadruple check your spelling, get every letter right, or else you'll end up sending it to a fake account. All the donations will be going into funding the security and safety of me and my girlfriend, so that's where your donors are going to. Let me thank a couple people here. Thank you, Mary, for the $1 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Gabrielle, for the $5 donation on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Thank you. And then Andrew, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Jesus Christ, man, that is a huge donation. I'm very grateful for you. Let's get 500 Andrew W's. Thank you so much. Andrew, the 50, says, what are your thoughts on teams going into the current NFL season? Who's winning the Super Bowl? I actually don't keep up with the NFL. I do keep up with college football. Big fan of the Buffs. NFL, don't really keep up. I appreciate you for the love, man, and I'm sorry if I didn't give you a satisfying answer. Mr. J, thank you so much for the $50 donation as well over on Super Chat. Thank you, Jay. Let's get 500 JWs. Jay with the $50, thank you, dude, says, I need help on who I should decide for midterms here in Iowa. I went to a Rob Sand thing today, and he just seems better than the guy who's mostly lived in Kansas. I'm sorry, I actually can't help y'all. I don't know who's running in Iowa, but tune back in tomorrow, Jay. I'll try to take a look at that tonight. Thank you for the $50. Lord T, thank you for the $20, who says, breaking news, Secret Service aware of Iranian state media videos threatening Barron Trump's life. Oh, geez. I appreciate you for the $20. Yeah, I don't know why they're going after Barron, dude. Whatever. A couple people to thank over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $2, Audrey. Donald, thank you for the $1. Leslie, thank you. Actually, I already thanked you, but I'll thank you again. Thank you for the donation earlier. A, thank you for the $2. And then Hazel with a $5 says, Rip Dolly and fuck Donald Trump, you the goat, Dean. Appreciate you. Thank you. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support this crazy idiot.
Yeah, man, it's your live, and I can yap all day. So would you, do you prefer that response in a sentence, a paragraph, or an essay? I'll pull that same move that you always pull.
Whatever you think is satisfactory.
Okay, I'll give you the paragraph then. I'm conservative and I support Trump because I believe that our rights come from our creator, not from our government, and that gives us certain responsibilities as a society. I believe that we should protect the nuclear family and recognize biological reality, protect innocent human life from conception, and maintain a secure border and enforce immigration laws. I don't believe bodily autonomy is an absolute right because we already place legal limits on what people can do with their own bodies when there's a compelling reason to do so. And that's why I support Trump, not because I think he's perfect or that Republicans are always right, but because his policies on things like biological sex, abortion, border security, and immigration generally align with the principles that I already believe in.
Okay. Yeah, this will be a lot of fun. So you said that you think abortion is murder and you think that's wrong. We need to protect the innocent human life.
Absolutely.
So you think that a fetus is an innocent human life?
Absolutely.
Can you define the word innocent?
Not guilty of committing any crimes.
Okay. Are fire hydrants guilty of committing any crimes?
This is obviously going to be in relativity to human beings. So I don't think that fire extinguishers or fire hydrants or nothing have any.
No. It's not obviously. Well, no. I asked you. You said that you apply a property to the fetus called innocence, and then I asked you how you define this property that you apply to the fetus, and you said not being guilty
let me clarify my
of any
definition.
crime.
Sure,
Okay, well, that property could apply to non-humans like fire hydrants.
Sure. So I guess I need to clarify my definition then. A human that has not been guilty of any crimes would be innocent.
Okay. Are dead bodies innocent?
Are dead bodies? Are dead bodies innocent? They are not innocent or guilty. I mean, it depends on the life that they live.
Human body, right?
Right. Okay. So let me clarify the definition even further for you. Then, a human that is alive that has not committed any crimes would be innocent.
Okay. So let's just take a partial molar pregnancy. Okay. A partial molar pregnancy is a significantly malformed human thing. It is literally just a clump of human cells in a little ball of skin with a couple pieces of hair on it. It's still technically alive and technically human. You could look it up. It's pretty jarring. Okay. Really jarring. Would you say that those little like skin balls are innocent? Because they're human, they're alive, and they're not guilty of any big crimes?
You're talking about a molar pregnancy?
Yeah.
I haven't done any. I don't know what that is. I'll look it up real quick.
Okay. Be warned. They're grody, dude. Be warned. It is a significantly defective human being that had major chromosomal defects. It is a partial molar pregnancy, by the way. Okay? And it's just a little skin ball, but it's still technically alive and it's still technically a human. Would it make any sense to call that innocent?
I mean, it would be innocent, of course, but it's also not viable. And
Okay, you would call it innocent?
There's no future viability.
So you're saying you're saying that it would be proper and accurate to say that it's innocent?
I would say it's not guilty of any, it's not guilty nor innocent.
Okay, even though it's a human and it's alive. So let me explain to you why I'm being super pedantic here, because I promise it's for more of a reason than just owning the guest. So you gave me the first definition of innocence. You just said anything that's not guilty of any grave moral wrongdoing. Okay, well, that would apply to a fire hydrant. So that's a fire hydrant. So that's not an accurate description of what innocence
I clarified that.
And then you clarified that. Okay, you said, well, a human that's innocent. Okay, well, that would apply to a dead body. So that doesn't make any sense. So then you said a human that's alive, that's not guilty of any wrongdoings. Okay, well, that would apply to these partial molar pregnancies, which you just said can't be innocent or guilty. So that wouldn't make any sense either. The reason why I'm running you down this train of thought is because there's another, okay, very, very, very important prerequisite in order for anything to be innocent. That thing has to be capable of being guilty. It has to be an agent with volition. Now, I'm telling you this because this definition of innocence, the only coherent definition that exists, wouldn't apply to fetuses. Fetuses don't have the capacity to be innocent or guilty.
Okay,
So
well, then
when,
by that
when
same-
pro-lifers call the fetus innocent, okay,
Dean,
I just don't think
Dean-
the definition would apply.
Let me just interrupt you for just 1 second, because I know that you said like dead bodies cannot be innocent, but it is still important that we do not degrade dead bodies. Like if you go into a cemetery and you dig up someone's grave, that would be a crime in some states. So I mean that's not even relative to the argument at this point.
Okay. So the claim that the fetus is innocent has nothing to do with why you think it's wrong.
One
to
other
kill
thing
them.
I
Good,
want to
okay.
respond to. One other thing I want to respond to. That same line of logic could be applied to toddlers or newborns, infants.
I disagree.
Because I mean, you're saying that you have to have the ability to commit crime.
No,
or
not the
to be
ability,
guilty
the
of something.
capacity.
The capacity, sure. So a newborn baby does not have the capacity to commit a crime. So therefore, you would say that they are not innocent or guilty.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think that the newborn baby has what is called the capacity for volition in the same way the newborn baby has the capacity for rationale. They do. In fact, I think that that capacity emerges in utero at around 20 through 24 weeks with the development of particular brain structures that serve as a necessary neural foundation in order to engage in rationale, volition, and will. Now,
yeah, I'm going to
think about
you
it
on
this
that.
way.
I'm going to press you on that for sure. I mean, what crime could a newborn baby be found guilty of?
Okay, so it's not about something that is actual, okay? A newborn baby can't actually engage in a volitional will. A newborn baby can't actually commit a crime, okay? It's
Agreed.
about it's about their capacity.
They don't have the capacity to commit
they do.
crime.
So a newborn has the
Explain that to me
capacity
then.
for volition. Because remember, that's a thing that I told you is necessary in order to define innocence. It's a capacity for volition.
Okay, and in what instance would a newborn baby have the capacity of volition?
Yeah, literally all typical instances where they have the brain structures that developed at 20 through 24 weeks, which serve as a necessary prerequisite for actual volition. A capacity is just something, so a capacity could be defined as a feature or fact that is true of X or as a tendency to be true of X, okay? And it's a tendency of the brain structures that develop at 20 through 24 week for a thing to be rational. That's why it makes sense for us to say that a newborn has the capacity for intellect, a capacity for rationale, because the brain in which they possess is of the kind that allows for them to be rational. Now, very similarly, this capacity talk maybe is best understood through analogy. Think about it this way. Does an acorn have the capacity to one day turn into an oak tree? Yeah. But is an acorn able to turn into an oak tree today? No. We're just talking about what its powers are in accordance with its own makeup.
Yeah, I mean, we could apply that same logic to a fetus in the womb then. Because a fetus in the womb and a newborn baby, they both do not, they cannot commit any crimes. They are both not guilty.
Yeah, and I disagree with that too. I don't think that the fetus gains the capacity for rationale or volition until around 20 through 24 weeks gestation. The reason why I'd argue
Yeah, and I'm
this
asking you
is
for an
because I
example of
think
that.
that capacity is completely dependent on the brain structures that emerge at that point in pregnancy. The reason why we're rational, right, isn't because of our species. You know, the only similarity between us and the fetus prior to 20 through 24 weeks. No, the reason why we're rational is because of a sufficiently advanced nervous system in which begins to emerge at around 20 through 24 weeks when we're able to finally detect low levels of sentience. Now, if you're confused on this point, I could try to make the point clear with the use of an analogy, because I think that some of these terms like capacity are rather primitive and arbitrary and in fact really hard to define and understand. The best way to understand them is through analogy. I could give you an analogy.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me all the analogies, but you haven't answered the question that I asked you. What is a newborn baby like? How can they possibly be found guilty of anything? Of what volition do they have the capacity to possess?
Okay, so I actually already have responded to this. I responded by calling you confused. Remember, my argument is not that a newborn actually has a rational volitional will. That's not what I'm arguing in the slightest. I'm arguing that it has the capacity for an actual volitional will. And you continue to confuse capacity with actual. Okay, a newborn can't actually commit a crime. It just has the capacity for the type of will that could make them culpable of a crime. Remember, the argument here completely hinges on capacity.
Right, and neither a newborn nor a fetus have the capacity to commit crime, so they are both innocent and both deserve human rights.
Yeah, so the reading of capacity under my view would say that the fetus after 20 through 24 weeks and the newborn absolutely do have the capacity for a rational volitional will. I've given you my reading of capacity. I've explained it to you in about 3 different ways that I've offered you analogies so you could better understand it further. Now, you're saying that under your reading of capacity, it's actually false that the fetus or the newborn would have the capacity for rationale. So why don't you go ahead and tell us about your reading of capacity? How do you define that word?
Capacity, the ability to do something. If you have the capacity to do something.
Oh, well, that's a terrible, idiosyncratic misunderstanding of capacity for sure. Do you have the capacity to have $1 billion in your bank account?
Yeah, I mean, I have a bank account and it could fit $1 billion in it. The bank could allow me to have $1 billion in it, yes.
But do you have the actual ability right now, today, at this moment, to get $1 billion in your bank account?
No, I don't have $1 billion, Dean.
Okay, so you just conceded that, no, we don't define capacity based on our current abilities.
Well, I mean, I do have the ability to start a business. It could be successful. I could, become president one day. I have the capacity to do those things. I have the ability to do those things.
Well, now you're just shifting the goalposts. The question wasn't, do you have the capacity to possibly have $1 billion in your bank account at some point in the future? No, the question was rather, do you have the capacity to have $1 billion in your bank account right now? The answer to that question is yes. You do have that capacity, but you don't have the active ability, which shows the difference between active ability and capacity and explains to you why you're wrong when you define capacity as an active ability.
Yeah, I would just disagree with that completely. I mean, I do have the capacity to put $1 billion in my bank account.
Right now,
Like, I have
correct?
Maybe
you have
I
that
hit a
capacity.
range-
Right now, you have that. Right now, today, at this very moment, you have the capacity to have $1 billion in your bank account, correct?
Yes, I have the capacity to.
Right now, at this very moment, not in the future, right now, do you have the ability to put $1 billion in your bank account?
I mean, it depends on what you're defining ability as. I mean, I have the ability to go rob a bank or hit like 20 straight parlays on FanDuel and I'll have $1 billion in my account. But I really don't know how you're tying this
well,
into
now it just
abortion.
seems like you're just
a really bad
redefining
argument.
ability to then be capacity. Listen,
Like, I have the capacity to become
just because you're not like well read in the literature on what a capacity is, like doesn't mean that I'm giving you a bad argument. It just means that I'm giving you an argument that you don't understand. And that's fine. I don't expect everybody to be well read on these things, but don't confuse your confusion for like my lack of a good argument. I'm just telling you, yeah, we include some capacity for volition, okay, as a prerequisite for defining innocence, because it helps us understand why dead bodies aren't innocent or guilty, and it helps us understand why partial molar pregnancies aren't innocent or guilty, and it helps us understand why newborns are innocent or guilty, even though they can't actively engage in a grave immoral action. Like, yeah. Like this is the way that we understand it. We understand it by invoking talk about capacity, ability, and you don't understand that, which is fine. I would maybe recommend you go research that on your own time. But
Okay,
let's
well,
hear the
like-
argument. What's the reason why killing a fetus is unjust?
Well, once again, I would go to innocence there. But I think that humans inherently have moral worth to them because we are created in the image of God.
Okay.
It says in Scripture that God knew us before the womb, which would imply that we are eternal. So He knew us before we were in the womb. Therefore, He knows you while you're in the womb at every stage of development. He knows you after your womb, and at every single point, you are of moral worth, and you are and from a governmental sense, like from a legislative stance, I think that human rights should apply to people inside and outside the womb.
Yeah, you're gonna get real lost here, okay? But this is a necessary step that we have to take. Invoking Christianity actually gets us no closer to the pro-life conclusion that abortion is always wrong. No closer. Some of the smartest, best, and brightest Christian theologians throughout history were, in fact, not in favor of the claim that abortion is always murder. Take St. Thomas Aquinas, for instance, one of the smartest people that has ever lived. He didn't think that abortion was murder until later in the pregnancy because he believed in delayed ensoulment, which happens to perfectly align with our conversation that we just had surrounding capacity. So St. Thomas Aquinas thought that you only become a person later in pregnancy. And modern day defenders of the strict Thomistic view argue that you actually don't become you and your personal identity doesn't emerge until around 20 through 24 weeks with the development of brain structures that allow for the rational ensoulment of your human matter. Now, what does this mean? Well, this means that we now have an alternative interpretation of the scripture that you just gave me to mean that when God says, well, I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb, Like, yeah, he knew that he'd form you in your mother's womb, but that formation only took place later in pregnancy, meaning that you actually have not given me sufficient reason to believe that abortion is morally wrong before 20 through 24 weeks.
I absolutely did with that verse. It's Jeremiah 1:5. It says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart and appointed you as a prophet to the nations."
Yeah,
so that implies that if he knew you before you were in the womb, that means that you were a person to him before you were ever even conceived.
Okay, so no, that's not true.
That is that is the direct interpretation.
When
I know you referenced
I'll
Saint
explain to you why that's not true.
I know you referenced St. Thomas there, but I would actually.
I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you why that's not true. No, the interpretation of this verse is not that you were a person before you were a person, because that's contradictory. No, the interpretation of this verse is that God knew you would be a person in the future. Think about it this way: you're in the process of lighting a campfire. Do you know that wood will in the future become ash?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
When you light a campfire, do you know that wood will become ash?
Yes, you do.
Okay, does that mean that wood is currently ash?
No, it does not.
Very similarly, when we read that verse in the Christian Bible, and God says, "I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb," yeah, he just knows that he's going to form you in your mother's womb. And if we take a Thomistic metaphysical reading in a very strict sense on what makes a human being and what makes you you, you could very well argue that you're not actually you, and your personal identity doesn't emerge until around 20 through 24 weeks in womb.
Well, you made a false equivalency there. Obviously, when we were talking about this Bible verse, we were talking about human beings and our worth before God. And I'll tell you the interpretation from the John MacArthur Bible from Jeremiah 1:5. This is not reincarnation; it's God's all-knowing cognizance of Jeremiah and sovereign plan for him before he was conceived.
Right,
So
a sovereign plan. He has a plan that you will be a person in the future.
He has a sovereign plan for you and for me and for everyone in this live that's listening, everyone in the world. Before you were ever conceived, he had a plan set apart for you. And I think that abortion is infringing on God's plan.
Oh, do you agree do you agree that man and woman having sex were a part of God's plan?
That men and women obviously it's part of God's plan for men and women.
Can God's plan ever fail?
God's plan never fails.
Okay, so they couldn't have chose to do otherwise, because if they did do otherwise, then God's plan would have failed?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Yeah, God's plan is perfect.
Yeah, and you're saying that man and that woman who had sex that led to the creation of that zygote, which then later became you, was a part of God's plan, and God's plan can never fail, which means they couldn't have failed to have sex with one another, which means they couldn't have chosen otherwise, and if they couldn't have chosen otherwise, that means they don't have free will.
No, I mean, we are predestined, but we still have free will.
Okay. So could they have chosen otherwise or not?
So in other words, I mean, yes, we have free will to do what we want, but God already knows what we're going to do.
Could they have chosen to do otherwise?
They could have chosen to, and God would have known that they were going to choose to not do that.
Oh, okay.
So we have free will while simultaneously being predestined for that, for God's plan.
I think that's actually contradictory. Because God's plan can't fail, they couldn't have chosen to do otherwise, because if they did choose to do otherwise, then God's plan would have failed. Your response is to say, well, God just simply has the foreknowledge of what they will do in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Well, then it doesn't seem like it's God's plan. It seems like it's our plan.
No, it would still be God's plan. He knows what choices we're going to make in our life.
So when you do anything,
foreknowledge of it.
So are you acting out God's plan right now by having this conversation with me?
Absolutely.
Okay, and who's making that decision? Is it you or God? Who's doing the
I'm
planning?
making the decision, but it's part of God's plan.
You're doing the planning right now for every action that you take. Are you doing the planning?
No,
you're not doing the planning, then you don't have free will.
Just like it says in the scripture that I just read you, he set us apart before we were ever conceived. So he knew the trajectory of our lives before we ever lived it. Yet we still have the free will to make those choices.
Okay. So right now, are you planning your next move?
I don't have a plan right now for this conversation. I'm kind of just letting it go.
Okay. Let me think about this more vaguely. Okay, you're playing a video game. You're I don't know. You're writing a book. You're doing something that you enjoy. You're engaging in a hobby. Are you planning your actions? Are you planning your next move? Are you in charge of what you do next?
Yeah, I would say so.
So what you do is in accordance with your plan?
No, what I do is in accordance to God's plan. I just have the free will to make those decisions.
Okay, then you're not in charge of what you do. I'm just trying to figure out who's in charge of what you do.
I am ultimately in charge of the choices that I make while I'm here on Earth.
Okay,
but
the choices you make are a part of God's plan.
I know this is really hard to understand, Dean, but essentially, God knows the trajectory of my life. He knows every choice that I'm going to make for the rest of my life. But it is still of my free will to make those choices.
Wait. I just thought about another issue. So if you're saying that what we do on Earth is a part of God's plan, then you can't argue that a woman getting an abortion is wrong, because that was a part of God's plan.
I mean, so that's actually a different conversation completely, and as to why God allows for evil and for sin to enter the world. Why did He allow for Adam and Eve to be deceived by the snake?
Wait, but you can't argue that it's an evil or a sin, because your last argument to claim that it was wrong, okay, for a woman to get an abortion is that it infringed on God's plan. But then you go on to tell us that God's plan is just simply what happens. No,
yeah, so,
that woman choosing to get an abortion didn't infringe on all things that are happening, which is God's plan. No, it was a part of all things that are happening, which means it's a part of God's plan. So, in fact, you arguing that it's wrong because it violates God's plan is contradictory by nature, given the way you define what God's plan is.
No, Dean, I would like to actually explain that, because that actually begs a deeper question as to why God allows for sin to happen in the world. We can acknowledge that abortion is sinful while recognizing that sin is important because it gives God glory. It gives us a contrast to what is good and what is evil. So it's not to say that we should allow for more evil things to happen in this world, but whenever evil things do happen, we see that as a contrast to what is good and what is righteous.
Mm-hmm. So God's plan includes evil?
Yeah, it includes sin because it gives Him glory.
Okay, is evil good or bad?
Evil is bad.
Okay, is God's plan a part of God?
God's plan. God is His plan.
So it is His plan. So He is His plan, and His plan includes evil. More than 0% evil, which means that He's not 100% good. Which means He's not all good, which means that you're denying one of the omni properties of God. That's the issue with saying that there's any, I think, seemingly the issue when you argue any orchestration of predestination under the Christian worldview, which is why Christians shouldn't argue predestination, is because if you then accept that said predestination includes immorality, then you're saying God's plan includes immorality. Then you're saying God is His plan. So then God includes immorality. And the claim that God includes immorality is heresy in accordance with any reading of the Christian God, as it would deny His omni properties, such as being all good. Or you just yield a strict contradiction when you were arguing simultaneously it's true that God is all good and God is not all good.
No, He is all good, but He allows for sin to enter the world. And there's a reason for that. And I can do that in the form of an analogy like you like to do. Let's say, for example, you were born into a $1 billion family, and all throughout your life you are given great gifts. So for your 16th birthday you got a Lamborghini, right? And then later on in life someone buys you a Lamborghini as a gift. You would not appreciate that because you are so spoiled throughout your entire life. But you take somebody that's born into poverty and doesn't receive all these great gifts throughout their entire life. Yeah. You give them a Lamborghini later on in life, they can appreciate it. The same reason why God allows for sin to enter this world, so that way we can see the contrast between what's good and what is evil. If God put us into heaven, He did not have to create the earth, He did not have to create humans on a sinful planet, but He did so that whenever we get to heaven, we can appreciate the contrast between what heaven is and what earth is.
Yeah. I actually view this as a completely different argument from the one that you've been giving me for the last 20 minutes. Let me tell you why. Before it was, evil is a part of God's plan. Now it is, God just happens to allow for evil. I think that those are two different things, planning for evil and allowing for evil. Because when you argue that He doesn't just allow for evil, but He plans for evil, He predestines for evil, okay, that's an entirely different claim than the one that you're making right now, that an unfortunate byproduct of the will of humans outside of the plan of God is evil in of itself.
I mean, you're understanding me correctly, I think. But yes, it is part of God's plan to allow for sin to enter the earth. So that way we can see the contrast between what is good and what is evil. So that way whenever we get to heaven one day, we can appreciate where we are, that we live in a sinless environment.
Do you think that you need to see the contrast between good and evil in order to go to heaven?
Yeah, I think that it's very necessary to understand that you are a sinner and that you live within your sin.
Do
And whenever you
fetuses
get,
see the contrast between good and evil?
they don't have the capacity to.
So when fetuses are aborted, they don't go to heaven?
No, they do.
You just said that you need to see the contrast between good and evil to go to heaven.
Okay, I should have clarified that because I didn't understand the question whenever you asked it. Yes,
I
God
don't
spares
understand
the
what the word
rod.
need means.
Okay, God does spare the rod from children. That is in Scripture. So no, you
Okay,
do
so-
not have to see evil in order to go to heaven.
Okay.
But if you understand the difference between what's good and
if you don't need to see evil to go to heaven, are you arguing that God unnecessarily wants us to see evil?
I don't think it's unnecessary at all. I think it
Well,
allows for appreciation.
if it's not necessary, then it's not needed. Okay, and you just admitted that it's not needed because fetuses go to heaven.
I would say that fetuses that go to heaven aren't going to be able to appreciate what heaven is as much as you or I would. Because whenever we get to heaven, we would be able to say, well, we lived life on earth, which was very sinful and a lot of terrible things happened. But now we get to live in heaven in a new body where we cannot sin, in a place where sin is not present.
Would
So
you
we
say, in
would-
consideration of like all facts, it's better to appreciate what we see in heaven than not to appreciate what we see in heaven?
I would say that yes, it is better to appreciate what we see in heaven than to not appreciate what we see in heaven.
So then heaven's imperfect because there's a more preferable state of affairs in which a heaven only includes people that appreciate it for what it is and does not include fetuses?
I'm sorry, that was a word salad right there. Go ahead.
I don't think it was a word salad. You're saying that heaven's not perfect with your current argument.
No, heaven is perfect.
Okay, well,
It is a place without sin.
then it's not preferable for us to appreciate heaven than to not appreciate heaven. Because if you think that it is preferable for us to appreciate heaven compared to not appreciate heaven, yet there are people in heaven that don't appreciate heaven like fetuses, you're saying that heaven would be more preferable if everybody within it did appreciate heaven, meaning that there's a more desirable state of affairs in which could take place in heaven, meaning that heaven as it is imperfect.
Then now you understand why I'm pro-life, because I don't believe that we should infringe on another human being's ability to see the contrast between what's good and evil here on earth.
Okay. So you're conceding that you think heaven is imperfect.
I am not conceding that heaven is imperfect in the sense that I know that
Well,
heaven
then you
is a
can't say
place
that it's
without
any
sin.
more desirable for the things in heaven to appreciate it than to not appreciate it, or else you'd be arguing that heaven as it is less desirable than a state of affairs in which heaven only includes people who do appreciate it.
No, I would not concede that at all. I think that a fetus
Well, then you
that
have a
gets to heaven,
contradiction.
I mean, the soul that enters heaven after being aborted is going to be understood as a human being in front of God. That's going to be spared from the rod, and that fetus is going to be able to live in a perfect place without sin. But they would also have to understand once they're in heaven that they were not given the ability to see what sin was.
Yeah, here's another question. Are you saying that all things considered, the Holocaust is justified because it allows for people to appreciate heaven, in the sense that if the Holocaust didn't occur because no evils occur, people won't appreciate heaven?
I don't think you have to go as extreme as the Holocaust, but the Holocaust is a great example of how evil exists in this world, and that we should
Can you answer
relent
the
from
question?
that evil. What is the question specifically?
Are you saying that all things considered, the Holocaust is justified because it allows for people to appreciate heaven in a state of affairs in which people don't appreciate heaven because the Holocaust didn't occur, nor any other immorality, would be less desirable?
Okay, I am not conceding that the Holocaust was justified by any means, because the Holocaust included the innocent unaliving of humans.
So then
no,
all
it's not-
things considered, the Holocaust shouldn't have happened. Therefore, all things considered, evil shouldn't happen, even if it means that people will appreciate heaven less.
No, I'm not conceding that at all. I'm saying that the Holocaust,
So then it should have happened?
The Holocaust was ultimately part of God's plan, and it gives us a huge.
Wait, should
a huge
God's plan
perspective.
happen?
I'm sorry.
Should God's plan happen?
Yes, God's plan is perfect, and it should always happen.
Okay, but you just said that the Holocaust was a part of the perfect plan that should always happen.
Yeah, essentially, the reason why you can say that the Holocaust is part of God's plan is because it gives us a perspective on what true evil is. There are levels to evil, and the Holocaust was so evil that we can now look to heaven as a contrast, as a place that is the exact opposite of the Holocaust, because there's no sin there.
Let me ask you a question. So if I have a pizza that is 100% cheese, do you agree that any part and every part of that pizza will be cheese?
If you have a cheese pizza, is it cheese, Dean? Is that the question?
No. Let me repeat the question. If I have a pizza that's 100% cheese, do you agree that any part and every part of that pizza will be cheese?
Yeah, I mean, that's a dumb question. Yes, every part of that pizza is cheese.
Here's the reason why it's not dumb. Because if God has a plan that's 100% good, does that mean that any part and every part of that plan is good?
Yes, every part of God's plan is good, Dean.
30 seconds ago, you said the Holocaust was a part of God's plan.
It was.
So the Holocaust is good?
The Holocaust, the actions of the Holocaust are condemnable. But the reason why you could call it...
Just answer the question. Is the Holocaust good?
Well, I think this question deserves a fleshed out answer. It's not just a yes or a no. So the actions that were...
I would say most people disagree. I would say most people would argue it was just a pretty simple no, it's not good.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you were just asking me, like, you know, generally speaking, was the Holocaust good or bad? Obviously, it was bad.
So then a part of God's plan is bad, which means it's not 100%
the
good.
reason why we would call it bad is because the actions were condemnable by God, by God's law.
Wait. So God's law condemns God's plan?
No, this is really hard for you to understand.
No, the law doesn't condemn the plan, but it's okay. No, I don't think this is hard for you to understand. You said that God's law was 100% good. Then you went on to say that God's law is also 100% perfect. You agree in analogy that if a pizza was 100% cheese, any and all parts of any and all parts of that pizza would be cheese. Therefore, it would also be true that because God's plan is 100% good and 100% perfect, that any and all parts of that plan would be 100% good and 100% perfect. And then you said that the Holocaust was a part of God's plan. Logically, this entails a necessary conclusion that this part of his plan, the Holocaust, is also 100% good and 100% perfect. But then you say, no, it's condemnable because of God's law. But then I ask you, does God's law condemn God's plan? And you say no. So either you concede that the Holocaust is not a part of God's plan, or you concede that God's law does indeed condemn parts of God's plan.
What I want you to do is I want you to repeat back to me my argument as to why I would justify God's plan, because I don't think that you're understanding that part.
Well, I don't even think that you need a too crazy argument for that. You said that God is his plan. You would justify God's plan because God is good. That one's not hard to understand in the slightest.
Why is sin part of God's plan? Why do bad things happen in the world?
Well, actually, that seems to be the question at hand. Is there even sin in God's plan? I would argue that logically speaking, you can't argue that there is any sin in God's plan, given that you accept the premise that God's plan is 100% good. I think that in of itself is contradictory. That in of itself is contradictory. To say that something in which is good is not good.
You're basically admitting to me right now that you're not understanding
the explicit contradiction. Sorry, sir. The explicit contradiction in your view is that you are simultaneously affirming the premise that X is good while also affirming the premise that X is not good. And stop accusing me of not understanding your argument when you're the one with a plethora of contradictions within your argument.
I'm not actually presenting any contradictions right now. I'm simply saying that the reason why sin entered the world is to give God glory, so that there is a contrast between what is good and evil. So while God condemns all sin and all evilness, ultimately it is part of his plan, so that way we see that contrast.
Okay. So you're saying there's a reason for it?
Of course.
Okay. And just to clarify, the thing that there's a reason for is a part of God's plan.
Yes.
And just to clarify that God's plan is 100% good.
God's plan is 100% good all the time.
All of the time. Including in all
the
of
time.
its
God
parts.
is good. God is good all the time.
Including all of its parts, right? All parts of God's plan are good?
Yes, Dean, the cheese pizza is always cheese if it's a cheese pizza.
I just want a strict yes or no. 2 minutes ago, did you say that the Holocaust was a part of God's plan?
Yes, the Holocaust was a part of God's plan.
I want a strict yes or no. 10 seconds ago, did you say that all parts of God's plan are 100% good?
All parts of God's plan is 100% good.
I want a
Yes,
strict
Dean.
yes or no. 5 seconds ago, did you say that the Holocaust is a part of God's plan?
The Holocaust. I keep on repeating this to you.
Then you should see the issue, right? You're saying that the Holocaust is a part of God's plan, and you're saying that all parts of God's plan are good. You see the issue.
No, there's no issue in this argument that I'm making.
Oh my God. Come on. There's clearly an issue. The issue is that you're saying the Holocaust is a part of God's plan.
Correct.
And you're
'cause it's
saying that
evil.
all parts of God's plan are good.
Correct. You're understanding me correctly.
So, to clarify, if the Holocaust is a part of God's plan, which you accepted, and if all parts of God's plan are good, which you accepted, this entails the conclusion that the Holocaust is good.
It is obviously condemnable by God's scripture, but it
If
is
it's
good in the
condemnable,
sense, but
why
it's
is it
good in
good?
the sense that it gives us a contrast between what is good and what is bad, so that when we get to heaven, we live in a place where that sin does not exist, so we
Are
can
good-
appreciate what heaven is.
Are good
And we have
things
gotten so
condemnable?
lost in the weeds at this point, we're not even talking about abortion anymore.
Are good things condemnable? Is the good condemnable?
Is good condemnable? No.
Yeah. Holocaust is a part of God's plan. All parts of God's plan are good. Good things are not condemnable. Holocaust is not condemnable.
Yeah, I don't even think you're I mean, I'm following, like, I understand your confusion, but I don't think you're
I don't
understanding
think I
my
have
argument.
any confusion. Yes or no, did you say that the Holocaust is a part of God's plan?
What you're not understanding
Yes or no,
is the
did you say
reason-
that all parts of God's plan are good? Yes or
I'll-
no, did
I'll-
you say that
I
the good
wanna-
is
I
not
wanna-
condemnable?
I wanna explain
I'm
this
pretty
to you
sure that
one
you
last
said all
time.
3 of those things. For everybody watching the live stream, did this guest say all 3 of those things? Did he say that all parts of God's plan are good? Did he say that the Holocaust is a part of God's plan? Did he say that the good is not condemnable? Yeah. I'm seeing a bunch of yeses
we're
in the
getting
chat.
some no's in it. I mean, this is obviously a very
Well,
nuanced argument.
let's just go through them. If you're saying that you're getting some yes and no's, just clarify for the class. Is a Holocaust a part of God's plan?
The Holocaust was part of God's plan, Dean.
Are all parts of God's plan good?
All parts of God's plan are always good.
Is the good condemnable?
The good is condemnable.
It is? You could condemn the good?
Well, I mean, even from Scripture, because murder is wrong.
Wait, so you're condemning God's plan? And earlier you said God is God's plan, so you're condemning God?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I want you to repeat it back to me, just so I know that you understand the words that I am saying. The reason why sin exists in this world is so that we have a contrast of what good and evil are, so that we can appreciate what heaven is. Can you repeat back what I just said?
The reason why evil exists in this world is so we have a contrast between good and evil so we could appreciate what heaven is.
Correct. So that is the justification as to why you would say the Holocaust was ultimately good, because it was part of God's plan.
Wow! Whoa! Okay. What does evil even mean then? What does
Evil is
evil
sin.
mean?
Evil is sin.
Okay, but what's sin even mean? What's
Well, I mean,
sin?
there's a-
If
there's
if
a
sin is a
plethora
part of
of
God's
sin.
plan and sin is ultimately good and sin is something that God wants so we could appreciate heaven, if the sin is like the Holocaust is ultimately good, I mean, when you're using words like bad, I just don't even know what the fuck you mean. And then when you say shit like the Holocaust is ultimately good, I look at you like you're crazy. Okay? Like, and by the way, I don't, just for everybody watching, I don't do religious debates because I don't want to turn people away from my content. I want to have a very inviting space to Christians. I want to have a very inviting space to Muslims. I want to have a very inviting space to Jewish individuals, to all people, because I think that there's a way to practice any worldview, agnostic, atheistic, religious, whatever, for the greater good. But the reason why I'm debating this guy on his religious beliefs is because they're not for the greater good. For the Christians watching, I promise you, you don't need to be like this guy. You don't need to believe that the Holocaust is ultimately good. You don't need to hold beliefs that entail the necessary conclusion that rape is good too. Like, you just don't need to do it. You don't
I
need
think
to do
that
it.
I think
folks.
that you're just
Buddy,
spitting blasphemy at this point, because I mean you're ultimately saying that God's plan is.
I am spitting blasphemy. Yes, I'm repeating what you said, and what you are saying is blasphemous.
No, what you're saying is blasphemous because you're saying that God's plan is not ultimately good. When I am saying that God's plan is always good all the time.
Well, hopefully, I'm saying that rape isn't a part of God's plan, right? Hopefully, that's what I'm saying.
We can take sin at every single.
Is rape a part of God's plan?
All sin is part of God's plan.
Is rape a part of God's plan? Is child rape a part of God's plan, dude?
Bad things happen, such as
Is yes or no? I just stop. Is child rape a part of God's plan?
Yes. Because it is.
So child
sin,
rape
and
is ultimately good.
Dean, I
Is
don't
child
know
rape
if I can
ultimately
explain this
good?
to you any better.
Is
I really
child
don't know if I
rape
can explain
is
this to you
child
any
rape
better.
ultimately good?
God's plan consists of sin, and there's so many different.
Is child
sins that-
rape ultimately good?
You can say.
I just
child
want
rape, you can
yes.
say
I
the
just want to know:
Holocaust.
is child rape ultimately
you
good?
You can talk about all
Is
different
it
kinds of sin
or is
that
it not?
exist in this world.
Is
but
child
all
rape
the
ultimately
reason
good?
why the reason why all sin exists in this world,
Sure.
including child rape, including the Holocaust.
Sure, not an answer to my question. My question is yes or no: is child rape ultimately good?
Yeah, you want to corner people into these yes or no questions, but there's fleshed
Just
out
say
answers
no.
to this.
Just say no. Is child rape ultimately good? Get out of the corner. Say no.
Child rape is condemnable.
Is child rape ultimately good? Get out of the corner by saying no.
I'm saying it is condemnable.
But is
by
it
God.
ultimately good?
It is condemnable by
But
God.
that's not what
it's-
I'm not asking you if it's condemnable by God, which also has some issues. I'm asking you if it's ultimately good. For the last time, get out of the corner by saying no.
Dean, I will explain this to you
Is
again.
child rape
and
ultimately
I want
good?
You to explain it
Dude,
to me again.
is child rape
I want you to
ultimately
repeat-
good?
I want you
No,
to
is
repeat
child rape ultimately good?
You're really good at steamrolling. You're really good at trying to corner people into yes or no
I'm
questions.
sorry,
You're
I'm
really
not going to allow you to
You're really
pivot.
bad, Dean, at understanding.
Is yes or no? Is child rape
concept
ultimately good?
Of what God's plan and will
Sir,
consist
is child rape ultimately good? Yes or no?
Child rape is condemnable by God, but it is part of God's plan, which is ultimately good. Because the reason why
So
sin
does that
exists
mean
in
that
this
child
world
rape
to
is
give us a
ultimately good?
Dean, I would love to.
Does
give
this
you an
mean that
answer.
child rape is ultimately good?
You're gonna have to stop interrupting me. You're gonna have to let me finish out a sentence because there's way more nuance to the question that you're asking, and you're gonna have to give me a chance to respond. But you got to stop steamrolling and oh, I know. It's really hard to understand like what God's plan is. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know what God's plan is and why he even created the universe to begin with. But ultimately, it was for his own glory. And the reason why he allowed for sin to enter this world is so that we can see a contrast between what is good and what is evil, so that way we can appreciate a perfect heaven. So things like the Holocaust, things like child rape, they are condemnable by God, but they are ultimately part of his plan, so that way we can experience what evil is. So in that way we have that contrast to experience how great heaven is, because in heaven, those things that you are mentioning do not exist.
Okay. First question, in what sense are they condemnable by God if they're part of his plan? Second question, does this mean that he's condemning his own plan? Third question, is child rape ultimately good?
Dean, I almost just want to move on because I like you're just not grasping my response. I keep on giving you the same response every time, and then you just keep on
grasping
asking
your
the same
response.
questions
I asked you informative questions about your response. I said, in what sense
I
is
want
it
you to show
condemnable?
me that you understand my response. Articulate my response back to me the way I said it, so that way I know for sure that you understand.
You're saying that child rape is condemnable, but ultimately God allows for evil things to occur for his own glorification, so that we could then see the difference between good and evil and better appreciate heaven when we get there. But ultimately, they are part of God's plan, and God's plan is ultimately good. That's what you said. I asked you 3 informative questions about your statement. First informative question was, in what sense are they condemnable if they're part of God's plan? Second question is, are you saying that God's plan is condemnable? Third question is child rape ultimately good?
Okay, so the answer to your first question, which just ask me that first question again. I'll answer them one by one.
In what sense are these things condemnable if they are a part of God's plan? And does this mean that God condemns his own plan?
So Scripture, to answer your first question, Scripture, the Bible tells us that these acts are condemnable. We have the 10 Commandments. Murder is wrong. Adultery is wrong. Rape is wrong. That is condemnable by Scripture. So go on with your second question.
But is it like they're bad? Or is it like they're bad, but they're perfect. Because that's kind of what I'm hearing from you. When you say that they're a part of God's plan and God's plan is perfect and God's plan is better than no God's plan, when you're saying it's better for us to glorify God and appreciate heaven and that requires that these things occur compared to the opposite version of reality where these things don't occur, that would be a worse off state of affairs because we're not glorifying God, are you saying that they're bad, period, or they're bad but they're ultimately good?
Okay, I think now you're starting to catch on. The reason why they are bad but ultimately good is because we are called as Christians and children of God to repent from our sins.
Okay,
so yes, they are bad, but it is good to repent from them.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason why God allows us to do the Holocaust is so we could repent for doing the Holocaust?
Yeah, so that way we can learn that murder is wrong and that we shouldn't annihilate an entire group of people.
Okay. Are you saying it's good for us to learn that murder is wrong?
Are you
learning
disagreeing
that
with that?
murder is wrong would require us murdering people? So that
Yeah,
it's
so
good
whenever
for us to murder people? So
yeah,
we can
whenever
learn
Cain
that murder is wrong?
Right. So Cain killed Abel, right? Right. Cain killed Abel, and it was not known that was wrong at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is child rape
But
ultimately wrong?
we learn from sin that it is bad, so we can repent from it.
Yeah. Is child rape ultimately good or bad?
Child rape is ultimately part of God's plan to give him glory, right? But it is condemnable by God.
So child rape glorifies God?
Sin glorifies God because
Does child rape glorify God?
Dean, it's like
does child rape glorify God?
It's like you're like.
Does child rape glorify God? Answer the question. Does child rape glorify God? Answer the question. Does child rape glorify God?
No. Okay,
so sin doesn't glorify God.
No, the contrast of sin and non-sin is what glorifies God. And this is such an easy concept to understand. I don't know how you haven't got it yet.
Okay, so child rape doesn't glorify God. Okay, are things that are ultimately good, do they glorify God?
Well, it depends on what you mean by good, but I mean, I would say generally yes, things that are good do glorify God.
Is child rape ultimately good?
Child rape is part of God's divine plan because it exposes what sin and evil
we're
is in this
going to go
world.
back. So God's plan is 100% good. All
God's
parts
plan
of
is
God's
100%
plan
good.
are all parts of God's plan therefore also 100% good?
Yes, every single aspect of God's plan is 100% good, and I'll explain this to you again.
Is child rape a part of God's plan?
All sin is a part of God's plan,
including child rape, right?
Yes, child rape would be considered sinful, and all sin is created by God. Sin is created by God to give Him glory, so that there's a contrast between what is good and what is evil.
Oh, okay. So, I think that it might be time to hit you with a whiteboard. I think it is time to hit you with a whiteboard.
What is that?
Don't worry about it, bro. It's whiteboard time, my friend. So let's go through a couple.
I haven't seen this concept from you yet, Dean. What is this?
Don't worry about it. Okay. God's plan is 100% good. You affirm that claim. Do you affirm that claim, sir?
Besides the typo, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is every part of God's plan 100% good? Do you affirm that claim?
Well, number 1 and number 2 are the same thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a slight deviation because it goes from talking about God's plan as a whole to God's plan as parts. But just to clarify, you do think that this statement is true too?
Every part of God's plan is 100% good. Correct.
Okay. Is CR, child rape, a part of God's plan?
Yes, and that includes all sin. All sin is part of God's plan.
Okay, so the statement is true. Is God's plan also 100% perfect?
God's plan is 100% perfect.
Meaning that every part of God's plan is also 100% perfect. Correct?
Yes, you are following. You also need to put a fourth one and say that sin is condemnable by God, because that's an important part that you're missing.
Yeah, that actually is not a premise that would entail the conclusion. It's just a valid syllogism.
Yeah, but it's part of my argument that you're purposefully ignoring.
Is this a valid syllogism? Do the premises necessarily entail the conclusion?
No, because you once again left out the cornerstone to my argument is that sin is created by God to give him glory, and that sin is a contrast to what is righteous, so that way we can appreciate what heaven is when we get.
Wait. No, do you know what a syllogism is?
Yeah, I do.
What's a syllogism?
Well, you're just it's basically like you're tying the parts together.
Okay. So does this conclusion tie these parts together?
Yeah, but it's kind of a perverted way to put that, and it's very blasphemous to put it that way. But
Okay,
I mean, ultimately, yes. But again, you're purposely leaving out.
So you're saying
you're
ultimately,
purposely
yes.
leaving
You're
out
saying
the cornerstone to my argument here. Is
so
that
you're saying that this claim is true, correct?
Even though 1, 2, and 3 and the conclusion is true, you're purposefully leaving out that the reason why God allows for this
is the conclusion true?
I'm conceding that 1, 2, and 3 are correct, and the conclusion is blasphemous because you're putting it in a way that devalues what God is and what our Creator.
Let me explain this to you. So, if you think it's true that God's plan is 100% good and perfect, and every part of God's plan is 100% good and perfect, and that child rape is a part of God's plan, okay, well, we would just replace every part with specific parts, and specific parts with this part. So the reason why this conclusion would have to be true under your view is because it is necessarily entailed from the 3 premises. Like, just take the second premise, for instance. Let's make this bigger. Okay. Well, you said it's true that every part of God's plan is 100% good and 100% perfect. It's true that child rape is one of those parts, so then we just replace every part with child rape.
Yeah, but here's the part that you're missing, Dean. God does not want us to sin.
Okay, but is it true to say that child rape is 100% good and perfect under your view?
It is condemnable by God.
But is it true?
I don't know how many times I have
But is this conclusion true or false?
Dean, we've almost exhausted this argument to its fullest, and I don't think that you're ever going to completely understand.
Is the conclusion true or false?
No, child rape is not 100% good because it is condemnable by God.
Okay,
However,
okay. So wait. So
it is 100% perfect and according to God's plan to allow for sin to enter the world.
Wait. Okay.
We have a contrast
so if it's
to
not
what
100%
is good
good
and what is
okay.
evil.
Okay, if it's not 100% good, does this mean that not every part of God's plan is 100% good, or that child rape is a part of God's plan? In order for this conclusion to be false, it's either false that it's a part of God's plan, or it's false that every part of God's plan is 100% good and perfect. So which one of these two claims is false? Which one of these two claims is false?
I really do see that you are struggling to understand.
Which one of these two claims is false? In order for the conclusion... Okay, well then you can't say that the conclusion is false. Like, listen, I'll type this out. You can't say that child rape is like 1% good and 1% perfect. Okay, due to the fact that it's a part of God's plan and you think that every part of God's plan is 100% good and 100% perfect. The conclusion would only follow like this if it was true that God's plan was only 1% good and 1% perfect. This, the syllogism that you see on screen right now, this is a valid syllogism. This is not a valid syllogism. If it's true that every part of God's plan is 100% good and 100% perfect, and that child rape is a part of God's plan, then child rape cannot be anything other than 100% good and 100% perfect. So the question remains, do you reject that child rape is a part of God's plan, which any good Christian should do, by the way, or do you reject that every part of God's plan is 100% good and 100% perfect?
So, again, Dean, I mean, we have exhausted this conversation almost to its fullest. So I will just repeat myself. Sin was created by God. So child rape is a part of sin. Murder is a part of sin. It is not part of God's will for us to live out that sin. He wants us to repent from that sin. But the reason he allows for it, the reason it is part of his 100% good and perfect plan, is to give us a contrast between what is good and what is evil so that we can appreciate how perfect heaven is when we get there. There is no other way for me to explain it to you. If you don't understand that, then there is no understanding that you're ever going to have of it.
Yeah. Reject a premise, challenge the validity of the syllogism, or fucking seethe. There wasn't a single word that just left your mouth that rejected a premise, challenged the validity of the syllogism. Everything that you just said was not within the realm of possible responses to the argument being presented to you, you absolute droid. Do you accept that if the premises of an argument are true and that the conclusion is validly derived from the premises, then the conclusion is necessarily true. Do you accept deductive argumentation?
I do, and I'll just concede to you this, Dean. That conclusion that you made is true, but it is also hold on, Dean. It is also a perversion and a devaluement of the Scripture. So what you're doing here is you're devaluing God by perverting the Scripture. Yeah, I mean, you can highlight and do whatever you want over there, but you're just not understanding. You truly are not understanding what I am saying. Like, you've even repeated back to me, but I just don't think you're understanding or.
Yep. Thanks for playing, bro. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Guys, it's okay to just say, I made a mistake. I'm going to have to, consult a priest about this. I'm going to have to pray on this. I'm going to have to figure this one out. GG's. GG, bro. GG, bro. GG, bro. GG, bro. GG, bro. GG, dude. Alrighty. The two people in the chat saying that I lost that are concerning me. Holy shit. Your worldview does not hinge on this, Christians. Your worldview does not hinge on this. Your worldview does not hinge on you accepting that child rape is 100% good and 100% perfect, as that guest stated. You're saying that I lost because you think that if I won, Christianity is false. No. It just means that guest's heretical interpretation of Christianity is false. Do not argue heretical interpretations of Christianity that commit you to saying it is true that child rape is 100% good and 100% perfect, as it did for the last guess. Wow. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Wait, can we go back to the last?
No. We're here to debate Trump. That was a very rare detour. Very rare detour that we never take on the stream.
I don't agree. I think.
Oh, you're cutting in and out. You have to stay on TikTok in order for us to hear you.
Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry. This is the first time I've ever been on live.
Do you support Trump? No worries if you don't. I won't ban you.
That's a great question. I support some things he does.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for?
I probably not Harris. Probably Trump.
Okay, then you're in the right place for a conversation, my friend. Do you mind if I thank a couple donors before we before we hop into the dialogue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, folks. Give me one moment here to thank a handful of donors for everybody who supported the show. I really do appreciate you. If you would like to support the stream, the show, and what we do, ask a question, get a shout out, or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and find my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Over on PayPal, Carlos, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Who's just saying that that last guest's claims were wrong. Yes, Carlos, they were. Thank you for the $10. Kelly, thank you for the $10, who says this guy's claim is unhinged. Fucking true. Thank you for the $10. Brittany, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Brittany W's down below in that chat. That is a very kind, very major donation from you. Thank you for supporting what we do, Brittany. You're awesome. Brittany with a $30 says, thanks for educating people. The previous person was wrong about God's will. There are 4 aspects: sovereign, moral, permissive, and personal will. God gives us free will, but our sinful choices can never thwart his good, sovereign plan. Sin is not for appreciation. He was wrong. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for a more cohesive interpretation of God's will that does not lead to the conclusion that child rape is 100% good and 100% perfect. Hallelujah. Thank you so much for the $30, Brittany. Sarah, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm not going to repeat that out loud, Sarah, but know that I appreciate you. Thank you as well as another Olivia for the $13. She says, hey, Dean, on Friday, my school got a bomb threat the second week of school. This world's so messed up. I was so scared. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, Olivia. Be safe, okay? Abigail, thank you for the $10. She says, fun fact, my first words after getting my wisdom teeth pulled was, Mom, put Dean on the TV. Stay safe. Oh, my God. Well, Abigail, I hope that the procedure went all right. Thank you for the $10, and I'm so happy that we have you with us now. Lux, thank you for the $50 donation. God damn, Lux. That is Lux. That is so crazy. That is a bunch of money. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you. Lux with the $50 says, hey, Dean, my name is Lux. I just wanted to say thank you for standing up for those of us who are unable to stand up for themselves. You're a good person, and we need more people like you in this world. I hope one day you run for president. I hope you and your family stay safe. Well, thank you so much for the love, Lux. That is very kind of you. Let's get 500 Lux W's down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Cody, with the $15, who says, I've always wondered if you listen to any punk or hardcore rock music. If so, what's your favorite bands? Love from Kentucky. Yeah, there's a couple bands in there that I listen to time, but I don't listen to them enough to be able to name them. Appreciate you for the love. Thank you as well, Donald for the $1, and Audrey, thank you so much for the $2. We are all cut up over on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the love. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Delusion of Charge, for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says, hey, Dean, my dear friend Kawaya is going through a hard time with her family. I was hoping you could cheer her up. Kawaya, I'm really sorry to hear that you're going through a hard time. I wish you the best of luck. There's always a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you for the love. Same thing to you, Sun Skylight. Thank you for the $10, who says, if I'm going to die in space, is my true final wish for eternal to see the pretty stars, planets, and galaxy without the fear of freezing. Interesting. Thank you for the $10. T, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 TWs, who says, yo, I'm sorry. If there's a belief that an entity is perfect by having a plan that involves abuse of innocent to make the point, that is a horrible entity. True. Thank you so much for the $20, T, and for the absolute truth nuke. And then Guppy, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Super Chat. Jesus Christ, Guppy. Thank you for that love and support. That is crazy. Let's get 1,000 Guppy W's down below. Guppy says, so evil is ultimately good, question mark? That seems to be the argument of the last guest. Guppy sent that in a while before we got him to admit it, but he did admit it. Thank you for the love. That is a major donation, and I'm so grateful for you. On Venmo Saga, thank you for the $10. Who says, well, perhaps we shouldn't ask priests about whether or not child rape is good and a part of God's plan. Yeah, I guess maybe that might set off a red flag. Thank you, Penny, for the $10, who says, quote unquote, child rape is a part of God's plan to glorify him, end quote, then proceeds to call you blasphemous for repeating his words back to him. What level of religious psychosis is this? A very bad, deeply entrenched level of religious psychosis. Thank you, Brock, for the $10, who says, what a sad week, losing Hayden and Dolly in the same month is so sad. Oh, I appreciate you for the $10. Yeah, I was pretty sad about Dolly's passing, I'm not going to lie. Karen, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Nick, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much as well. Zach, thank you for the $75 donation on PayPal, who says, ask him what God commanded to happen to David's wives in 2 Samuel 12:11. Well, he's not here anymore, Zach, but I do appreciate you for the $75. That is so kind of you. Let's get 750 Zach W's. Thank you. Same thing to Molly. Thank you for the $15, who says, if God is perfect, why didn't he grant us to fully appreciate heaven without needing a contrast between good and evil? True. Thank you for the $15. Oliver, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, sorry, would just rather there not be heaven or go to it if it meant children didn't get raped and the Holocaust didn't happen. What the actual fuck? True. Thank you for the $10, Oliver. Same thing to you, Mike. Thank you for the $10, who says, have you heard about the SCOTUS ruling on Trump's voters list? I have. It's a very unfortunate ruling. Joanna, thank you for the $10. Oliver, thank you for the $10. And Faya, thank you for the $10. I appreciate all three of you guys, and thank you for flaming the fuck out of that last guest. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20, who says, this is exactly why I left religion. If God is all-knowing, he would know that Adam and Eve would be deceived in the garden. Well, what I will say, Lindsay, I appreciate you for the $20, is there is alternative interpretations of Christianity that don't entail the same terrible conclusions that his interpretation did. Same thing to you, Randy. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Faith, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, my boyfriend and I are always watching your lives, but his family's very MAGA, and they've started attacking us for our opinions. Would you be open to debating his mother or older brother? I would love to do that, Faith. Let's make it happen. Thank you for the $25, who says, I've been listening to you for a while now, to the point where I can finally debate myself. This has helped me cleanse my circle with needed conversation, and I have you to thank. Well, thank you, for the $25. I'm so happy that I was able to give you those tools. That's awesome. Same thing to Max. That is the last donation to thank for now. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. We are all caught up with the donations from the last hour or so. I'm so grateful for you guys, and thank you so much. For everybody watching, thank you for your patience. At this moment in time, we're going to go and pass that mic off to the guests. Take it away. Tell us why you vote for Trump if in the election if the election was held tomorrow. Oh, He's muted. You're going to have to come back to the TikTok app. He possibly might have left.
No, I'm right
you're back
here.
now.
I accidentally
Take it away.
muted It's my bad. Sorry, I didn't know I was arguing for Trump. I actually don't know much about politics. I really actually just requested to basically revise what the last guy was trying to say because he definitely messed up. I think he just got anxious and a little worked up there. But ultimately, yeah, he made a very large mistake by trying to say that child rape is obviously part of God's plan. I think what he means to say is that God's plan is perfect because it allows free will. It doesn't mean that God approves everything that we do with that free will. But ultimately, it is good because, well, not necessarily because of the child rape. I don't think that's what the guy was trying to say, but you definitely backed into a corner there, and I don't think he was able to get himself out of that.
Okay. Thanks, man. We're looking for some people to debate on Trump. I thought I would let the audience hear the way that you think you deal with the issue that I presented to that last guest. Very nice. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. We got MAGA-minded loading up into the box. Welcome in, MAGA-minded. Do you support Trump?
I disagree with your political platform, I'd say.
With Trump's or mine?
With yours.
Okay, very nice. Do you support Trump as president?
Not anymore, no.
Okay. You disagree with my political platform.
Yeah.
Why?
Because you are like a bastion of liberalism, and I reject liberalism as a whole. Like, I think that you claim to have a platform that is like left of the Democratic Party, yet you don't do any advocacy for any left-wing candidates. You've done more PR for for Kamala Harris or like Joe Biden than any like DSA candidate.
Yeah,
I think that is.
Hey, that's not actually true. We championed Mr. Oliver Larkin on our stream pretty hard a couple weeks ago, and we're gonna have him. And we were actually planning to have him on the stream, but then that got pretty fucked up by some false allegations lobbed at me. I had Zoran Mamdani on for an interview. What was this? 2 weeks before he won the primary? No, yeah, 2 weeks before he won the primary, I think. Or maybe even just the general for the mayoral race in New York City. We also had the chairman of the DNC on, and when we had the chairman of the DNC on, we actually pressed him on why the DNC hasn't endorsed Mamdani yet. But the general advocacy that we do for causes a little bit further to the left than the Democratic Party would be explicit advocacy and work done for further left-leaning practices, ideologies, and platforms like convincing people to support mass amnesty. And then, of course, just general support for a state that has a mixed market with public and private sectors for major industries, which you might even be able to find is democratic socialism. At least under some individuals' readings of democratic socialism, I am a democratic socialist.
I mean, it's not necessarily like some individual's reading. It's under your own personal identification. You haven't I can look at your profile. You've made I don't know what the last time you've made a post advocating for anybody like left of Nancy Pelosi. You're just not a very consistent
probably the
person
posts from my interview with Zoran Mamdani, which is actually the last time I made a post advocating for any politician.
I don't know. Interviewing someone is not the same thing as using your platform to champion people.
I think that interview was to champion him. You should go watch it. I basically clean his boots the whole time because of how much I fucking love the guy. And we advocate for Abdul al-Sayed. We advocate for Zoran Mamdani. That's who we advocate for.
Yeah, I feel like you're saying this in retrospect.
Nope. You could go find the posts on the account from the time that we had Zoran Mamdani on. You could go find that on my account, not in retrospect. But when he was running for the mayoral race, you could go find me championing the fuck out of him, telling people to vote him. You know what? I actually even made a post telling people to go vote for Zoran Mamdani in the primary because of how much I love him. That was even before he won the primary. That was before he even had like a high chance at winning the primary. I was making posts saying, I endorse this motherfucker. Go vote for this guy. He's the GOAT. And you said that I'm like a shining example of liberalism. Well, I feel like this actually makes liberalism look a little bit more appealing than it is. I think I may be a shining example of progressivism, not as far left as, the full-throated endorsement of socialism or communism, but due to the fact that I reject Israel, I support I support Palestine.
Rejecting Israel.
One moment, I'm not done. Reject Israel, you support Palestine.
Can I respond?
Well, I'm in the middle of my sentence. I reject Israel. I support Palestine. I support a mixed market. I don't think that the establishment is doing enough. I think that the Democratic Party gets it wrong in many, many circumstances. I think that we need to get all of the old voices out. We need to get new, younger voices in a little bit further to the left than the Democratic platform. And the fact that I think that a lot of DSA candidates are doing it right, and I hope that we see a brighter, better tomorrow that includes ideals further to the left of the Democratic Party, including many Democratic socialists. You're making liberalism look a lot more appealing than it actually is.
Yeah, well, the first of all, when it to respond to some of the things that you said, being pro-Palestine and being deliberately anti-Israel, well, it's a common leftist position. It's not exclusively left-leaning. I mean, we see all the time like Roy Perez, Nick Fuentes, people who are extremely right be anti-Israel and be pro-Palestine. So that's not even like a necessary, geopolitical situation is not even a necessary indicator of you being aligning on one side or the other. Second of all, your knowledge of geopolitics is extremely limited. I mean, you learned what Abu Ghraib was a couple months ago, so already you're kind of out of your depth in that regard. And third of all,
okay, so the claim is that because I didn't know what Abu Ghraib was called because I was born in 2004 and it wasn't something that I was
born in
taught by name
2008.
inside of high
doesn't give you a pass.
Wait, I'm not saying that it gives me a pass. What I am saying is I think that it's absolutely ridiculous and obtuse to say, oh, fuck this guy. He has no clue what he's talking about. He does no good and he's just a terrible liberal because he didn't know what he didn't know what Abu Ghraib was called. Yeah, bro, I'm fucking sorry I'm not perfect. I'm sorry that I don't know what everything is called. And I'm also sorry for being willing to admit that and being willing to do better. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Like next time, if I want to appease optics, okay, when somebody asks me if I know what a thing is called, I'll lie to them. I'll say I do know what it's called, but you're pivoting. I'll dodge. I'll say no, this is off topic. I'll say let's get back on track. But so we could avoid maybe people like you who actually are more counterintuitive and counterproductive to the left than you maybe think, trying to use that as a reason why the work that we do here is ineffective. No, you can't say the guy who endorses a mixed market. You can't say the guy that wants to topple the establishment. You can't say the guy that wants to support Israel, wants to stop supporting Israel and start supporting Palestine. You can't say the guy that wants to end war crimes and genocides overseas that have been historically perpetuated not just by the neocons in Congress on the right, but also on the left and upheld by administrations such as Obama's, is actually not on the left at all because he didn't know what Abu Ghraib was called. That's what we call purity testing. Okay, you're saying that if people don't meet 100% of every single different criterion that you hold, then they're thereby the recluse that deserves to be tossed to the side, that we would just do better without. It's a good thing to know that your response to all the points that I brought up concerning endorsing a mixed market, endorsing ending genocides, right?
I mean, in 2021, you were selling the Andrew Tate style red pill crypto courses, and then in 8 months, you pivot towards being a hardcore left leaning political commentator. Why would anybody buy that political process? Why would anybody buy your story?
Yeah, so I sold a crypto course. Just to be clear, that's what your claim is. And then you're saying that 8 months later, I then went into doing what I'm doing now.
You were that's actually not calling people brokies. You were on the Andrew Tate wave. Why are you lying?
Right. Well, I'll correct you. So you're wrong to say that I was selling a crypto course when I was 16. No, I sold web development solutions because I had 2 international awards and still have them. Okay, are you going to allow me to finish speaking? I understand that you want to cut me off when I'm proving you wrong because this is a narrative that you like to perpetuate in TikTok comment sections, but it's a little bit hard to keep up the lies when you're talking to me.
I come up to you talking like a man because I respect.
Oh, well, it seems like you're not talking to me at all when you cut me off 2 words in.
You cut me off too. We're having a conversation, but I'll let you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the first claim that you made is that when I was 16, I sold an Andrew Tate style crypto course. So that's actually not true at all. What I sold was web development solutions to help e-commerce websites as well as brick and mortar producers of various goods scale their online revenue. Okay, in fact, I did this professionally for years. Once I, had graduated from being an immature 16-year-old that tried to ride the wave of Andrew Tate marketing, telling people that they could use this to get rich. Well, then I just went into being a legitimate creative director for a brick and mortar dog food production plant that turned 10 figures annually, and I was able to scale their online. Revenue funnels by upwards of 35% in 2 years alone. And then after I worked with them, I went on to run a general media consulting firm where I worked with real estate agents and real estate estate agencies to scale out their online revenue funnels locally and across the country. Like, yeah, dude, I understand that when I was 16 years old, I used really immature and corny ways to market this by saying, buy my e-commerce web development services and you're going to get rich. But that's when I was young and Andrew Tate was popping. Like, dude, that was embarrassing. Like, dude, don't worry, that was embarrassing. And I'm so sorry. There's nothing semantic between the difference of a crypto course and genuine web development services to help people make money from the products they're selling. You think that's a semantic dispute? You think that the difference between cryptocurrency and web development services is just semantic?
You're selling it. The key fact is that you were selling online courses using Andrew Tate red pill tactics to try to appease the young men.
I didn't even sell a course. It wasn't even a course. It was just web development services. That's just the way that I marketed it because I thought it'd help more people buy it because I was young and dumb.
Why, again, what is the logic behind using, again, red pill Andrew Tate style marketing to appease the businesses? Is that what you're trying to say? That you're trying to appease the businesses?
To appease the individuals that
by
want to sell
renting out
products.
Lambos and we're renting out Lambos in Miami? You're trying to appease the businesses with that
never
angle?
rented out a Lambo in Miami. And B, yeah, because that is what was getting people to buy products at that time, and I was an immature 16-year-old. Like, yeah, I'll admit it was a bad thing, okay? Yeah, but it wasn't a scam. I sold a legitimate product. I'll admit to you, it was a cringy thing. But dude, I was like 16. Like, who cares? I think that people should only care if that was still reflective of my character today, or if I was legitimately scamming innocent individuals. But A, no, that's not reflective of my character today. I was 16 years old. And B, no, it wasn't a scam. I was legitimately selling real products. And your question there, oh, you think that's going to appease businesses? You think that individuals are legitimately going to buy your product if you sell it with the Andrew Tate marketing? Yeah, they didn't. It didn't work. It didn't work. Yeah. And why didn't it work? Because I was a young, dumb 16-year-old trying to ride a trend on the internet that I didn't understand, that in all reality wasn't professional and wasn't appeasing to businesses, which perfectly explains why when I grew the fuck up, I went on to serve as a creative director for that firm that I spoke with you earlier about. And then I launched a very genuine, real consulting firm for media solutions. Like, oh, dude, I tried some really cringy failed market tactic when I was 16 years old. You have really owned me today. This is why nobody should follow my political platform, because when I was 16, I tried some cringy marketing tactic for a genuine product. Good on.
The reason why that is not that's a confounding display, or the reason why I take issue with that is because if you're able to pivot from from posting red pill content, regardless if it was for marketing, regardless if it was for the advocating for your businesses or advocating for setting up people's businesses, whatever you may say, if you're able to pivot from going from there to trying to argue argue for like a liberal or leftist platform, going from red pill tactics to Andrew Tate, going from Andrew Tate style red pill tactics to are trying to advocate for legitimate political platforms. Mm-hmm. Is that not a bad reflection on your character?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think what it is a very honest description of a child growing up. Like, it is the moment that you reject that people can, I don't know, mature, grow, and change is actually the moment that you reject any changes possible, which serves as an antecedent, self-rejecting principle to your own worldview. You spend your time on the internet, I'd assume, trying to convince people that they're wrong and you're right, and you want them to be able to join the coalition and truly serve the proletariat and fight against the ruling elite that want to make your life worse. Okay, so you want people to mature, grow, and change? But then the moment that a young man does mature, grow, and change from the age of 16 to nearly 22, because my birthday's next week, you say this isn't a genuine political platform that anybody should pay mind to, even though this genuine political platform pulls over 1 million views per day and has been able to successfully change the minds of hundreds of thousands.
Yeah,
I'll keep that in mind for the future.
Okay. First of all, people usually it takes years in order to have real psychological changes. Usually it's not a matter of months where people pivot from.
Where do you get this matter of months thing?
Yeah, because the timelines are posted, man. You were doing the
there was
Lambo
2 years. There's 2 years between when I was marketing a product using failed marketing tactics and me advocating, even with a small amount of viewers, for things that I believe in, the fact that abortion's not wrong. Oh, yeah, a New York op-ed that I helped write.
Yeah, the New York Times op-ed about this. It has the timeline.
Yeah, that I helped
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
write. You mean
I'm
the
sure you
op-ed that
did.
I helped write because
saw-
I'm transparent about
saw
my
the op-ed.
past?
I know. I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. You saw
wrote it. But the
what I
timeline
helped
is there.
write.
The thing I'm
Yes.
contesting is the timeline, and the timeline is posted on the op-ed. You can
Yeah,
pull it up.
yeah. I would assume that I know the on timeline of my past. That's
Yeah,
good. Also,
exactly.
I'd like to clarify that when you say it takes a while for people to change, okay, this is about core fundamental values. Yes, even when I was trying to sell a legitimate product with Andrew Tate-esque marketing skills because I was 16 and immature, trying to make money off of my very genuine product, this doesn't mean that I thought that women were like subhuman, abortion was like morally detestable, and that black people deserve to die. It just means that I was a young, dumb, immature kid who wanted to make money off of a skill that I had. Like holy shit.
Okay, but the thing is, when you associate with people who think like Andrew Tate, when you were literally associating, there doesn't get more associating than copying them, right?
Oh,
that's about as
yeah,
that's about
Dean.
as-
Yeah, Dean. When you were 16 years old, you associated with people on the right.
I was
How dare
16
you?
I was 16 like 3 years ago, and I don't know, man. I was holding it down at 16.
No, you have a really good point here. People should unfollow me right now and stop
I'm not
listening
saying
to the
people should
genuine
unfollow
arguments that
you.
I have
I'm
for
saying
why
that
Trump is a bad
you're
president
you're
because I
misrepresenting
associated with
my
people
overall
on the right
point.
when I was a teenager.
You're misrepresenting
Super
my overall
true.
point.
Yeah, I'm
I don't think people
misrepresented
should
it all.
unfollow you. I think you have a duty as a platform that has 7.5 million followers to making a more intentional effort to corral your mostly liberal white base, specifically liberal white women base, over to the left more, rather than having them function as DSA pundit like establishment Dems. That's kind of like your whole platform. That's what I reject. I think that you could be doing more to advocate for advocate for leftist politics.
Okay,
I think
so
do
you
more
reject
to-
platforms in which you think could be doing more, correct?
I reject platforms that are like expressively liberal. Yes.
Okay, so what is liberalism?
Liberalism is do you want like the Wikipedia definition, or do you want? Like,
I just want to know what type of platform you reject, sir. You said that you reject platforms that are liberal. What makes a platform liberal?
Centrist to like center right politics, like the Democratic Party, Democratic Party.
Okay. Oh yeah. So
establishments.
what is the foundation of my platform that you reject? Make it clear. What do I say? What do I advocate for that makes my platform center right leaning? That makes you reject it.
centrist.
Like what do
Or
I?
center
Yeah.
left, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever,
What do I
just
advocate
centrist.
for that makes the foundation of my platform centrist? That makes you reject my platform. Let's hear that foundation. I want you to go ahead and prove to me and to all the viewers that the foundation of my platform is centrist.
The fact that you run more political campaigning for Kamala Harris than you do any left leaning candidate. The fact that you don't like just the foundation of your lives constantly. You don't branch out and discuss like wider range. You only talk to Trump supporters because you only want to dunk on people who, let's be honest.
Am I talking to a Trump supporter right now?
No, you're not.
Okay, so I don't only talk to Trump supporters. The guest
Yeah,
before you
and
that I was
this-
debating on the
that's why I
basis
had to
of his
make this
theological
account.
beliefs.
Wait,
One
hold on, I
moment,
had to make
one
this
moment, and then
account.
the
I
guest
had to make this
before
account
you.
to
Wait,
get you
wait,
up here.
one moment,
That's
one
cool.
moment,
I had to
and then
lie
the
on
guest
this account to
before
get you
you.
up here.
Oh, yeah, because I'm still convinced of that lie, but yet I'm allowing you to
Yeah, I
continue
know,
to be
but
on the
once
live
I'm up
stream.
here, then
That
now
was
we're
good.
having a conversation. You're
That was
debating.
good.
That was the whole.
And then the guest before you. What was I debating him about?
I mean, again, you admitted yourself that is a rare time.
What was I debating? What was I debating him about?
I just said theology.
Okay.
What did you say in response to that? This is one
and
of
then
the
you're saying that talking to Trump supporters is too limited of a platform.
Theology.
I actually reject that. I actually reject that. The purpose and the point of my platform is to get people to stop supporting Donald Trump as president. I think that the issue that you have is
Trump
well
is
as
at
the issue
30%
that
approval rates. Pivot.
Right. But somehow he's still getting the approval and the support of Congress to continue on his conquest of war overseas, genocide of the Palestinian people, and defunding USAID projected to kill upwards of 14 million people over the course of the next 4 years.
Neocons are going neocon, bro. Neocons are going neocon. Like, are we surprised that like
Thank you for
neocons in
interrupting, by the way.
Congress are
That's very kind of
warhawks?
Are we surprised that one of the tenets and foundation of my platform is to convince people not to support those neocons and to kick them out because I convince people that it's a bad thing?
Neocons could be Democrats too.
But then you also said there that what makes the foundation of my platform centrist is that I only talk to Trump supporters. Is that it?
Yeah, the fact that you only talk to the ultra right populist movement rather than addressing the consensus people as a whole, because especially establishment Dems.
Wait, I don't address establishment Democrats. You've never watched my stream.
I mean, very rarely do you do it. Like you only really do it if it's like when it comes to, like when it retains society.
No, I do that every day. How often do I talk about mass amnesty? Is mass amnesty an establishment liberal position?
That might be the one thing you could.
The one thing that I talk about literally all day long because every single guest joins this live stream and tells me that they support Trump because of an immigration policy.
The vast majority of things you talk about.
Okay, wait. So you're just saying that the vast majority of the things that I talk about do not also reject the establishment liberals because they happen to be grave immoralities in which even the establishment liberals disagree with. Cool, bro. And that makes me a centrist Al. Hey, Mr. Content, please. And that makes me a centrist Al, bro.
Minor critique. You don't think that they're willing to stomach a minor critique for you to function as a puppet of the Democratic establishment in terms of just advocating just again and again and again and again.
Oh wait, but you're not launching a minor critique. No, you said that you reject my political platform. Rejecting the entirety of my political platform is not a minor critique. That's what is a major critique. Okay, then scroll. Okay, then scroll.
Huh?
Oh, but you haven't scrolled.
I haven't scrolled because I want to. I want you to capitulate to the left. I want you to use your platform for the left. I want you to say.
But then earlier when I gave you examples of me doing exactly that, but I want to clarify. I want to clarify. Earlier when I told you that I did exactly that, you rejected that I did that. Do you think that I was using my platform for good when I was interviewing Zohran Mamdani, attempting to convince people to vote for him in the general election? 1. Do you think that I was using my platform for good when I in fact made a video endorsing Zohran Mamdani and influenced individuals to vote for him in the primary? 2. Do you think I was using my platform for good when I interviewed the chairman of the DNC and I attempted to convince him to endorse Zohran Mamdani before the general election? 3. Do you think that I was using my platform for good when I raise awareness concerning Israel and Palestine, such as the 45-minute debate that I had with a pro-Israel Zionist yesterday that by the end of it convinced them to stop being pro-Israel? 4. Do you think that I use my platform for good when I convince individuals to be more critical and more concerned with the war crimes and heinous actions engaged in by both the neocons on the right and the left? 5. Do you think that I use my platform for good by talking about individuals such as Mr. Larkin, Abdul El Said, and other DSA candidates running this country that I support? 6. Like, it seems like basically what you're saying is not that I'm a centrist, because very clearly in accordance with the principles that I believe in and that I argue in support of, I am definitely further left than the Democratic Party, but rather that you think I should spend more of my time specifically talking about these DSA candidates. I want to make this clear. There's absolutely nothing wrong with me spending more of my time talking about these DSA candidates, advocating for a better and greater tomorrow for everybody, especially as it relates to the future of American politics. But the main intention and purpose of my platform is to specifically talk to people on the right. I think that there are a lot of really, really good talking heads that exist within the media echo chamber, specifically on the left, that advocate for better and greater reform on the left that I agree with and advocate for myself. But I think that media is a very diverse echo chamber where we need different people focusing on different things as their first order principle. My first order principle is to convince people to leave the right. My second order principle is to convince people once they've left the right to move further to the left. You're saying that I should make my second order principle my first order principle. Okay, and that's a fine argument. There would be nothing wrong with me doing that. But that's not how I choose to drive my platform. Because my first order principle is to help other individuals undergo the same change I underwent by leaving the right.
Yeah, the reason why I reject your platform as a whole is because if you were to look at who's following you, it's mostly libs. It's mostly people. It's mostly young white girls who identify with left-leaning politics and watch you. It's like the same way that Charlie Kirk was. It's almost like this debating porn where it's just like they want to watch stupid people get steamrolled by someone who's significantly more educated than them. It's like the least productive and the least conducive thing that you can do with your platform for actual change. Like
I actually reject that.
The main goal of your platform isn't to try to change the minds of right leaning or center right Republicans and get them to like flip flop over to the Democratic Party. Your main goal is to have a bunch of people in your lives watch you dunk on people who are more educated than. It's the same thing that Charlie Kirk felt. Funny enough, Charlie Kirk, you wept for him, by the way. Funny enough. What's up, Parker?
So that's actually not true either. I'll respond to both of those points. So I would expect you to not be concerned with nuance or any specific facts concerning me in this slide.
Please, okay, go ahead. I have plenty of nuance. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you said that I cried for Charlie Kirk. Well, if you knew the specifics, I doubt that you'd make such a claim because this has only been something that I've been clarifying on for the last year now. So what I cried over was the fact that I saw somebody I knew, regardless of the fact that I didn't like them, die by brutally getting their jugular ripped open. I also cried because the person that just joined the live stream, Mr. Parker, was there in person, standing less than 20 through 30 feet away, that then quickly FaceTimed me, thought he was in the middle of a mass shooting, and I was scared that he might be shot before we knew it was specifically Charlie Kirk that got shot. Yeah, and I also cried because I was scared that it could happen to me. And now I've learned that that threat, me being scared in that moment, so scared that I literally wept, is very valid. I had the FBI show up at my door telling me that somebody from Texas was on their way to my house to try to kill me, but they were intercepted by the FBI before they were able to get here. Less than a week and a half ago, I got a terribly terrible bomb threat called into my house, as well as many other things that I can't even share online that concern the personal safety of me and my loved ones, and about a billion other things too. That's why I cried. But seemingly, when you make the argument that, well, because Dean cried, you reject my platform. Well, you're just rejecting.
That's
what
not
we do.
you. That's a bad oversimplification.
Oh, okay. So that was just the
platform.
cherry on top that you added on. So then I'd ignore everything else. So then we're going to move back to everything else that you said.
Yeah, we can.
First thing that you said was that this is a very ineffective
gross
vehicle of change. I absolutely reject that these streams are an ineffective vehicle of change. In fact, I think that they are among one of the most effective vehicles of change. Every single day, we reach an audience.
These
Go ahead and
streams peak.
interrupt me, that's fine.
When do your streams peak in terms of visibility? At what time of year would you say?
I mean, they've just been continued to go up and up and up. Can I finish my sentence?
No, you know the answer. It peaks during the electoral season.
No, I average more views now than I did during the election season.
That is bullshit. You were averaging 30.
He averages at least twice the level of viewership, and he has like almost double. He has almost double the amount of followers. He has 7.5 million followers now.
Yeah,
I mean, he was not averaging this much prior to the election.
From the boom of electoral season, that's when people have the highest.
Wait, what are you?
It's common sense. During your presidential election, more people care about politics.
I think Dean's popularity is going to be more associated with the Jubilee videos.
Yeah,
than it is going to be associated with the election in of itself. Although the election, when it happens, of course, is going to increase the amount of people that come into the stream. After the election, he's seen significantly more people.
I'd like to clarify that the two things that you're stating are different, yet you're equivocating on them. You're equivocating between when I get the most views, okay, and when the most people pay attention to politics. It's true that most people pay attention to politics significantly more so during like a general election for the presidency. But it wasn't true that a lot of those people who were paying attention to politics were paying attention to me because I had a significantly smaller platform. So even though across the country, less Americans are paying attention to politics today than they were in November of 2024, I still have more Americans that are paying attention to me because my platform has continued to grow and explode. But thank you for interrupting me with that red herring, because what I was in the middle of saying is that I completely reject that these streams are an ineffective vehicle for change. I think that these streams are incredibly.
If
you're going to interrupt me again. You're going to interrupt me.
I'm just capitulating that. If you want, we can focus on the fact.
Well, that was the claim that you made.
But the conversation has ebbs and flows. The conversation evolves. But sure, whatever. If you want to focus on the effectiveness
I would like to focus
of
on the claim that you made. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Where do you disagree with that statement?
Yeah, because these streams have been able to change the minds of hundreds of thousands of people. I have at least 10 stories that I could name off the top of my head of a minor girl getting raped and impregnated, being told by her parents that she can't get an abortion because it's wrong, who then had her parents watch my streams, and through watching my streams, I was able to convince her parents that there was nothing wrong with her getting an abortion. At least 10 stories. And you could go find them on the internet yourself. Every single time we've had somebody tell that to us, it's gotten clipped and gotten a couple million views.
Again, that's great. I'm not going to deny the impact of that. It's wonderful. Glad you did that. I'm pro-abortion as well. But how are you going to like bank 10 anecdotal cases of people's parents being influenced by a live stream into 100,000? Is that what you said? 100,000 people being directly affected by your live stream?
No, there's thousands of people in the chat just currently right now, let alone the millions of people that engage with this content every single time he posts.
But the majority of the people who engage in his content, the majority of his follower base are people who already capitulate with his views.
Yeah,
so if you didn't think that his
500,000 of the 1 million people
it's more effective to use your platform.
Which means that 500,000
let me say this.
Go ahead, Parker.
If you didn't think that his content was effective or his platform was effective, then why would you be trying to use that very platform to convince him to direct change towards a different set of values rather than his own?
Because it depends on what I'm defining as effective. I don't think.
Yeah, because you think it will be effective for your ideological beliefs. So
Yeah, I think
this is an
I think
ideological.
it's in
This
in
is this
in
is
the
not a
ideological belief that
platform.
he says he subscribes
This is
to.
not meaning that the
It's not
platform
only
isn't
my belief.
effective.
He says
Let me
we
please finish
got
this
to
point. This is a
bankroll
good
Bible.
point.
Stop
This is a really
speaking
good
over him,
point. It is not that the platform isn't effective. It's that you disagree with him ideologically. So that's not actually the dispute here. You would totally be in support of Dean if Dean 100% aligned with your ideological views. Why? Because you have just expressed that on the stream.
Okay, can I respond or am I going to get muted?
Well, you could use like just general social cues, engage the fact that he's done speaking, and then I
Yeah,
said,
when
"Please don't
he
interrupt
makes a
him."
claim about my
Oh,
position,
you're interrupting me
it-
too, so I'm going to mute you again. You could use general social cues to gauge that he's done speaking, and then connect that to what I said about how, when he's done speaking, you could speak, but just don't interrupt him while he's speaking. Using those two facts in combination of one another clearly describes the conclusion that you can speak now.
Okay. Usually, when people makes a presupposition about a supposition that you hold, I've seen you do this before. It's not even like a bad thing. But when people make a presupposition about a position that you hold, people interject to correct the person that they're making, and not fall victim to a straw man. That was Parker was trying to straw man my position. Well, by saying that I'm trying to capitulate you into a belief system that I hold and try to pull you to this communist socialist ultra leftist position. When in reality, I'm saying you said that you identify within this political sphere. You said that this is your political platform. You said time and time again that you are significantly left of the democratic establishment. That you're not using your platform to push people left of the democratic establishment. That's what that's the contention.
It's not the contention,
when
because you said that
Parker
these streams
Parker
weren't
can
effective
I
in changing minds, but I'll hold
still,
off and wait. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So when Parker tries to say that that I'm calling his platform ineffective, I'm not calling your platform ineffective. I'm saying it's a misuse of your platform, and you should be using your platform to advocate for progressiveness, for overall progressivism.
Can you give us an example of what that would look like?
Wait, but to clarify, this guy explicitly made the claim that the streams are an ineffective vehicle for change because it's just debate porn like Charlie Kirk. So you did claim that they were an ineffective vehicle for change. I'm happy to see that you're now considering
they're effective at garnering an audience.
Dean, while using that vehicle of change.
Parker, hold on,
wait, by the way, while using that very vehicle of change to try to convince your mind.
Let me respond.
Sorry, I'm going to mute him because he started speaking in the middle of my sentence. So because you didn't start speaking in the middle of my sentence, Parker, and waited for me to finish the sentence, you could speak first.
Yeah, it's ironic because they're claiming that the vehicle of change wasn't effective while simultaneously using said vehicle of change to change your mind towards their ideological framework. So again, an ideological dispute, not a dispute based upon effectiveness, which it seems like you've now conceded.
Yeah, do you concede the dispute on the basis of
I don't mean to cut you off, Dean. I don't mean to cut you off. Can I respond to what Parker just said?
Yeah, sure. We want to know if you concede the dispute that you raised as it would relate to the effectiveness of the streams.
My contention is not based on not based on effectiveness. Your platform is incredibly effective at garnering an audience and getting people, especially again, as I stated before, vaguely center left young people into watching your stream. You're great at garnering attention. But the thing is, and the thing that I have that I'm disputing is that it is not a question of you garnering attention, is what you're doing with that attention. And I'm saying, rather than capitulating the people in your audience, the 7.5 million people that follow you, onto having a legitimate onto having a legitimate left-leaning platform or left of the democratic establishment, you're using that to dunk on conservatives. That's what I was saying. And Parker was trying to say that that is me calling your platform ineffective. I'm saying your platform is effective at garnering an audience. I'm saying your platform is effective at getting people to pay attention to you, at getting people to, getting eyes on you. But
you're actually strawmanning his point in
That's what I'm
line.
considering.
Because your earlier claim wasn't that the streams are effective at garnering an audience. No, your claim was that they're ineffective at changing minds. Okay, and the argument that I'm making, alongside the argument that Parker is making, is that the streams are very effective at changing minds and getting people on the left. My evidence would just be the chat. You could read all of the anecdotal stories that so many people will likely start sharing right now in the comment section about how they were on the right, but after watching Dean's streams, then they went on the left. I get maybe 100 messages per day of just the individuals that choose to reach out to me saying, Dean, before I started watching your streams, I was a Trump supporter. You made me leave the right. Dean, before watching your live streams, I thought that abortion was murder. Now I'm pro-choice. Dean, before watching your live streams, I agreed with mass deportation. Now I agree with your points about mass amnesty. Okay? Specifically, the claim that I'm making, in the contradiction to yours, is not that just the streams are effective at garnering an audience, but more so that the streams are effective in genuinely changing minds. Now you're saying they're just kind of like debate porn. Dunk on the right, move on to the next, give that debate porn to people who are already on the left. I disagree with that. I don't think that's the nature of the platform that we run. Okay? Because I'm willing to have long form discussions with people about what they believe in and why, while trying to uphold a modicum of decency and respect in a very similar fashion to the way that I'm talking and treating you right now.
I guess I would ask one question. Has Dean made more people more liberal?
Okay. Am I responding to the program or responding to you? I guess I'll go one at a time. So
I can write that down and you can respond to Dean.
Okay. The main contention I have with the point that you're just saying is that you have to show me data. You mentioning like anecdotal evidence about like you getting a Venmo request about people like capitulating as a former MAGA and then pivoting towards like general progressivism. That's not a strong signifier in comparison to like actual tangible results that can be marked and signified. Like showing me what's it called, like anecdotal Venmo requests, like 10 people that you said like changed their mind over watching your live stream. That's great, but it isn't really a trackable thing. I've had anecdotal experiences where I've shifted the perspective of my friends too, or people that I've known too. That doesn't mean that I can use that as a bankroll of like the validity of my platform. Instead, when I talk about the validity of my platform, I talk about the ideas that I'm advocating for. I talk about the basis of my platform. But instead, you using like anecdotal Venmo messages or anecdotal anecdotal people messaging you or people DMing you, like talking about, oh my gosh, I used to be pro-life, now I'm pro-choice, or like, oh my god, I used to be a Trump supporter, I used to be MAGA, and now I'm a Democrat, or now I'm liberal. That's not a significant thing. Like I don't mean that to fucking. Let me rephrase. Not necessarily like not a significant thing.
Yeah, hundreds of messages a day of people telling me that I changed their minds. Well, then also directly referencing individuals whose minds I changed, watching in the chat right now to the tune of thousands of people that happen to be watching right now.
Okay.
That's not significant at all.
It's not a question.
No, I'm just gonna be honest, bro. You're just a hater.
It's not a question of significance.
Like let's just make it simple. I'm just gonna make it super simple. You're just hating to hate. You're hating to hate. I'm giving you data to represent the claim that you're wrong. Hundreds of DMs a day and thousands of people who are watching the stream right now. Yeah, you're just hating to hate.
Yeah,
you're just jealous. I think that you're just jealous.
What do you think?
Like, okay, you're saying, Herb, actually, like this data, well, you can't really track the data. We'd have to like articulate this and itemize this within a spreadsheet. We'd have to be able to like maybe get in contact with like YouGov and like maybe have YouGov like run general polls and like take a consensus of like a sample size and reflective of the country as a whole in order to determine the non-arbitrary outcome in the sense that these streams do not change minds. Okay. Yeah, bro, you're just hating to hate. Yeah, I think that these streams are effective because we're able to change the minds of the many people that we speak with on live. I think that these streams are effective because I get hundreds of DMs per day from individuals saying that I was able to change their mind on individual subject matters. I think that these streams are effective because you could go watch about a bajillion videos of people talking about how it changed their minds or changed the minds of their loved ones. I think that these streams are effective because of the butterfly effect that we have from me changing one individual's mind and then them using that information to change the minds of others. Like, bro, yeah, you're just hating to hate.
Yeah, it's not a question of hating to hate. It's a question of it would be more effective if instead of like the anecdotal, hundreds of people that minds you change, which is great. Power to you. I'm not taking that away from you. Yeah, no, but it would be more effective.
You just conceded.
To instead take the 7.5 million people that follow you and say,
congrats,
hey,
you just conceded.
All of those people.
You just conceded. Your first claim was that they're not an effective vehicle of change to push people to the left. Now you're saying that there's a more effective vehicle of change.
The Democratic Party.
You just conceded. You just conceded, bro.
We should go to the left.
Hey, do you realize that you just conceded? You just conceded. You just conceded the claim that this is an effective vehicle of change. You made the explicit claim that these streams are not an effective vehicle of change to push more people to the left.
To what you could do with your platform.
Yeah. Oh no, there was no point of relativity until right now. Not at one point in the stream until right now have you made any claim related to relativity or how it could be more effective. Yeah, for sure, Parker. But I'm just going to get this one point out. You made the explicit claim that these streams are not an effective vehicle of change in order to push more people to the left. I give you data to demonstrate that they are an effective vehicle of change to push more people to the left. And then you respond to that data by saying it doesn't actually prove the point. And then I make a mockery of you. And then I demonstrate how it is true that it would be effective in demonstrating the point. And then you say, oh, well, what I meant to say is there's something more effective that you could do.
That was always the basis of my argument. And now you're trying to like misrepresent my point. And they're saying like, oh, you were never talking about effectiveness. That's why I led with the value of your platform. If I had the idea that your platform had no effectiveness, if I led with the idea that your platform meant nothing.
That's the explicit claim that you made.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Okay. I said that's why I said you should use your platform and retooling your platform in a more effective manner. That was the whole basis of my argument. Now you're just trying to say like that, and then I'm like capitulating or I'm pivoting when I'm not. I'm keep on representing the same thing that I was representing. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. So, just simple question: what study do you have that justifies this more effective use of Dean's platform?
It's not a study.
Wait, you claimed that Dean needed a study to justify the use of his platform, right?
Well, it's not even a study. There's not.
Okay. Then what evidence do you have?
Just anecdotal evidence.
What evidence do you have?
So what evidence do you have that there's a more effective option?
The fact that Dean has 7.5 million followers, and most of those followers are
wait 7.5 million followers doing his own actions, right? Doing his platform. Yeah. So you're just saying that his platform is effective.
The basis of that.
Wait, all you did was just say that his platform is effective, not that you have a more effective option.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with Parker on this one. He asked you what the evidence is.
He's your man.
He asked you what the evidence is for the claim that there's something more effective that I could be doing with my platform, and then your response is the fact that he has 7.5 million followers because of how effective what he's currently doing with his platform is. Like, yeah, I would argue that I'm literally the largest Gen Z voice on the left in American politics online. Definitely proves that what I'm doing with my platform is effective. And you in fact mentioning that I have 7.5 million followers on TikTok, I fail to see how that gets us any closer to the conclusion that there's something more effective that I could be doing with my platform. Or maybe there's just like a sufficient threshold of effectiveness in order to be considered a good political pundit. Okay.
Dean, actually, I would say, that is the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah,
actually, Dean, the fact that you have 7.5 million followers is evidence that the way that you utilize your platform is the most effective out of any Gen Z individual on social media currently who's in American politics. Because that's just the fact. That is the study. That is the evidence. That is the data point right there in of itself. Dean has the most impact out of any individual that is Gen Z our age simply just because of that. Okay, so obviously he's going to have more anecdotal cases than you are going to have. There's going to be more evidence behind the fact that he's changed minds than you in your individual life. So obviously Dean utilizing his platform in the manner in which he has been so effective, and that's why you're saying he has this many followers. Okay, so what evidence do you have that there's a more effective way to use his platform?
Okay, the evidence that I have that it's they have more effective ways to use his platform is to simply just break down the demographics of his platform. If we were to simply just analyze who are the people who are following you, Dan? Is your platform majority of former Trump supporters?
We don't know. I would say no.
We have a general diagnostic, especially if we analyze his chat. Who are the people that
I would say it's mostly liberals, right? And that it's giving liberals better arguments to convince people. So there's a domino effect on this. So it's causing more people to be more liberal. It's effective according to his ideological views. This is why I think that you're just basing it upon your own ideological views rather than his. So when you're saying effective, you're simply just saying it's not in accordance with your ideological views.
This guy's so fucking odd. This guy's so fucking odd. Dean, I reject your platform because I arbitrarily think that there's something better you can be doing with your platform. Here's a better question. Why do you think that my platform falls below the sufficient threshold of effectiveness to the point where you reject it? Like, okay, maybe like I'll just say that it's trivially true, okay, that there's a more effective way I could govern my platform. The reason why I'd say that is trivially true is because like I'm not a perfect human being. I'm just 21. I'm sure that I'll grow, age, and mature further, and find like more effective ways to like direct my platform to like better goals. Like yeah, like I'm sure that it's true to some extent that there's something more effective that I could be doing with the platform. Okay, but I don't think that's what is in question. I think what's in question here is, well, why isn't how effective it already is enough?
Because the people who watch your platform and the people who engage in your platform engage with it.
Watch.
Yeah, I know. Can I land? Damn. Okay, thank you. Shit. But the people who watch your platform, people who engage in your platform, are mostly people who already subscribe to a general left-leaning position, and they watch your platform because they want to see stupid people get dunked on. I already capitulated this before. I'm going to reiterate it. That it's the same vein that Charlie Kirk fell onto. That people like seeing like dumb people who oppose their worldview get dunked on by someone who's educated within the avenue of their worldview. It's people who they want to see someone who's educated, who's ran through all the debates, who knows all the talking points, who understands the language, who understands the terminology, go through somebody who they deem as uneducated. That is the basis.
Who gives a fuck if some
can
people
that
watch?
liberal individual wait, and can that
Damn.
liberal individual in the audience learn
Parton, we just
something
talked
from
about
that
interrupting
debate
people.
that then they can use in
continue?
debates in their own personal life?
Wait, also just like, who gives a fuck? I don't care if some people watch my platform so they could see a Trump supporter get dunked on. I think that they probably deserve it after how hard those Trump supporters have dunked on our country and the world over the course of the last 10 years. I don't care if that's somebody's motivation
You're not
for
letting me
watching
finish
my
my point.
platform.
Can I finish my point?
The efficacy of the platform comes from the fact that it still changes mind. These two facts work together.
Please,
okay?
let me talk.
The two things can be true at once. The two things that are true at once in order to demonstrate the efficacy of my platform are that some people watch because they want to watch Trump supporters get dunked on. That's fine. Trump supporters have been assholes to the world over the course of the last 10 years. It's fine if people want to watch Trump supporters get dunked on.
I agree.
But the fact that a platform still changes minds is also what is important. By your counter argument preassumes that a platform can only have one purpose. Okay? My platform has multiple purposes. One purpose of my platform is to let people gain satisfaction from watching idiots get dunked on that have been destroying the world over the course of the last 10 years. Another purpose and point of my platform is to engage in critical thought and give mainstream access, okay, to good reason, argumentation, and points surrounding policy that matters. Okay. Another point of my platform is to also better equip individuals with talking points that they could then use to debate within their own right. There are multiple purposes to the platform. And I don't think that your argument that just because one of those purposes is to allow people to gain satisfaction from watching people that have been destroying our world get destroyed in a debate, thereby negates the efficacy of the platform in of itself.
It's not a contention. I'm not debating the efficacy of the platform. That's not where my contention is. That's why if you would let me talk, I could flesh out my point, and then you could have something to respond to. It's the same thing you're just talking about, interrupting and
Feel
interjecting.
free to respond, bro.
Okay, I'm glad to respond. Gladly, thank you so much, Dean. But like the idea of like the main gripe I have with your platform is the fact that it functions as just watch people get dunked, Trump supporters get dunked on. Like, no, that's not the main gripe that I have. It's that you've succeeded in garnering attention. You've succeeded in getting people to care about what you have to say, and rather than taking that attention and taking that amplification that has been placed on your voice to advocate for legitimate political change, you deem it as a priority to dunk on a dying MAGA movement. And I think that is incredibly ineffective and a misuse of what you could do. That is my point.
Okay.
Okay,
who am I responding to now?
I have some points
Go ahead,
to
Dean.
make. Okay. Yeah, my first point is that it just seems like a lot of your issues with me is just that I'm goated. You said that, your issues is that you've succeeded to garner followers and attention. Yeah, like, sorry for being goated on the sticks, bro. Now, the last point you made
on the sticks,
was
bro.
that I just continue to dunk on Trump supporters in a debate, and Trump supporters are a dying breed. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Holy strong man.
that's what you said word for word.
That's not what I said word for
Okay, then
word. I
reduce
said
your
that it
argument
would
down
be
to
more
2
effective
sentences.
to. I said
Wait,
it would,
one
like, the
second,
basis
one
of my
second,
argument
one
is that
second.
it would be
Just
its
so you don't
effectiveness
interrupt
and
me
what
and
you
call
could
me a
do.
straw manner
It's
again,
more effective
why don't
to
you
reach
go
to
ahead
that
and reduce
platform.
your issue down to 2 sentences so I can't
Okay.
straw man it because of how simple it is?
Okay. Are you going to reduce my argument, or you want me to reduce it?
I'm asking you to reduce your argument to like 1 or 2 sentences.
Okay.
So there's no possible
okay.
way
Let me.
that I
Okay.
could
All right.
misrepresent your view because of how simple it is.
To reduce my argument, simply put, it is you've garnered an audience of mostly center left young impressionable people, and rather than using that audience of impressionable young people and add and push them further along the left and push them further along the political spectrum, you've opted to continuously run a circus show of you just dunking on Trump supporters, and I think that is a misuse of your platform.
Okay. So what should I be doing instead?
You should be advocating for more left-wing politics.
Yeah, but like how? Like specifically, like how? Like what should I be doing like on my live stream every day for 4 hours? Tell me.
Dunking on liberals too. That'd be awesome. Like especially like establishment Dems. Like using your platform, using your audience to grill establishment liberals. Like
okay,
you can get interviews with these
what
people.
What specifically should I debate them on?
Like what
topics?
You can debate them on anti-healthcare policy. You can debate them on anti-ICE. You can debate them on anti-Zionism. You can debate them on like anti-militarism. This is a big one that you never addressed. Anti-militarism.
I have a counter argument locked and loaded. Are you ready?
I'm sure you do. I have a counter argument locked and loaded in response to that. I'm sure.
Every single thing that you just made
on anti-militarism. You can debate them on anti-policing. You can debate them on them on reparations. You can debate them on.
Sir, one moment. Every single thing that you okay, yeah, you gave me 10 examples. 10 is enough. Every single thing that you just said is an example of something that I already debate people on. But it's called
when have you ever been anti-militarism?
One moment. When we talk about the U.S. military-industrial complex, and an example would be from yesterday, talking about how the only type of military action in which is justified would be defensive action, and that the neocons in Congress have contorted and used the military rather from a tool of defensive force to offensive force to stabilizing countries across the globe. But the point is this is actually why the streams are effective. You just said that the streams would be more effective if I debated liberals on every single thing you just said. Oh, wait, but I happen to be debating people on the right
do you think knows what
on every single... One moment. Stop interrupting me. I'm going to have to restart. Your last point, in fact, demonstrates how effective the streams truly are. You told me that my streams would be more effective if I started debating liberals on these issues. Wait. But I debate Republicans on these issues. So not only are we able to debate all of the issues that you just articulated, but we're able to frame those issues in a way that relates to the current president. So not only are we dissuading individuals from being pro-ICE, not only are we dissuading individuals from being pro-neocons, not only are we dissuading individuals from being pro-Israel, not only are we dissuading individuals from being pro or unaware of the existence of systemic racism, but we're framing it in a way that also allows for that dissuasion to be used as an active tool to stop people from being pro-Trump. And that's why my streams are effective. And if you would rather have me frame these issues in a manner in which is not pro-Trump, go do it yourself. But
it's not an issue
I'm going to frame these issues
pro-Trump.
in a way in which is pro-Trump.
It's an issue
because it also allows... Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Because it also allows me the opportunity to frame these issues in a way to dissuade people from supporting the current president. And I'm damn sure that my streams will change significantly when Donald Trump is no longer our president. Okay? But I hate Donald Trump like no one else. Okay? From my perspective, there's no one else in politics today that I hate more than I do hate Trump. Okay? And I care so much about the terrible things that Donald Trump has done. I care so much about the women and girls who have lost access to health care. I care so much about the 1 in 5 children that are starving in West Virginia. And I'm
I think
so
that's a
happy
failure. I
that
think
there
that's a
is a
failure of your
way,
analysis.
one moment, for me to frame all of the important issues that you just rattled off, being anti-ICE, anti-neocon, anti-global war and genocide, in a way that also allows me to convince people to stop supporting Trump. If I have two people that I could possibly spend the next 30 minutes debating, and the first person is anti-Trump, but pro-military, pro-ICE, and pro-Israel, and the second person is pro-Trump and pro-military, pro-ICE, and pro-Israel, I'm going to go with the second person.
Wait, am I speaking? Or did you
Like
say the
it
second- you
allows
said the
me to
same
hit
person twice. They're
more
both pro-Trump.
birds with the same stone. But I'm going to give you like 2 more minutes so I could go back to something that is actually productive compared to just engaging in infighting with a jealous leftist who should in all reality be somebody that I'm building a coalition with.
That's first of all, that's the whole reason I came up on this live is to build coalition, saying, "Hey, you should be using your. You're
Lies.
not too late." Okay, Parker, shut the fuck up for a second, please. Goddamn. But the whole reason I came up on this platform is to say, hey, I think that the way that you're tooling your political platform is ineffective. If you were to just do like a basic logistic analysis of who watches you, of who pays attention to you, the amount of Trump supporters who watch you are a very minute amount of people in comparison to the amount of liberals that watch you. And instead of it'd be a more effective use of your platform to retool those liberals into more along the lines of progressivism, rather than just dunking on the shrinking subset of Trump supporters that come up on your live. You've admitted,
Yeah.
you've seen it yourself. You've admitted it. You've admitted it that the amount of people who
I just addressed this. When I debate a Trump supporter that supports ICE, in virtue of that fact, I'm also actively changing the mind or putting pressure on the belief system of any liberal that supports ICE. Like, what do you think happens when I talk about how we shouldn't support institutions that uphold a reckless disregard for law and life, and how ICE is an institution that upholds a reckless disregard for law and life, and therefore we shouldn't support ICE? That's not just going to put pressure on the belief system of the Trump supporter that's on my live stream. That's also putting pressure on the belief system of any liberal watching my live stream. And this is funny because I think that your argument proves the effectiveness of my streams if you think that a majority of my viewers are liberals. That just means, like, unlike Hassan, who maybe doesn't have a majority base that's liberal, or unlike Destiny, who does have a majority base that's liberal but doesn't put pressure on their beliefs, I actively put pressure on the beliefs of any liberal viewer who agrees with the things that the Trump supporter is saying. I think that what we're doing here is effective.
Framing of beliefs is incredibly important. And when people are able to, like, cognitive dissonance is hell of a drug. Like, when people are able to reconcile and associate beliefs that they may hold to a conservative, or like as long as they are on that side of the political spectrum, as long as they wear that dumbass red hat, they're unable to see they're unable to recognize the cognitive dissonance that a lot of the political alignment, that a lot of the alignment they have with that person, they also personally identify with, as long as they're able to be on the other side of that political aisle. The only way to really get these people to recognize and reconcile with these internal inconsistencies and these internal biases, these internal mechanisms of harm that they perpetuate, is by directly addressing them on an individual level. You should know that more than anybody. There was someone who values the interpersonal conversation with these Trump supporters, who values addressing, like, talking to these people, like, individually, one-on-one, and going through their belief system and saying, like, this does not make sense. You're going to have to defend this position verbally, audibly. And rather than just saying,
that time is better spent talking.
Just camp out in your comment section.
The time is better spent talking to Trump supporters that also affirm every belief and more that the establishment liberal affirms. That the time is better spent talking to them. It is. I'm sorry, bro. It is. Okay? The average Trump supporter is more of a threat to the future of this country than the average liberal. I'm so sorry for, like, informing you of the sad, unfair reality.
Trump is, I think.
Hold on. Do you think that? Do you think? Hold up. Pause. Can I please make one point? I've been very nice and I've let you speak the entire time. So,
okay.
Do you think that Dean can expose hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of moderate Democrats and moderate liberals to more progressive arguments?
Yes.
Do you want that to happen?
Yes.
Okay, so then Dean's doing something really good with his platform, right? because he's
No,
exposing
that
a
argument
lot
doesn't
of moderate liberals to progressive liberal talking points and views that are going to make them more progressive liberal. So that's actually you're actually not understanding Dean's argument that he's exposing a bunch of moderate liberals to more progressive values when in this type of conversation itself they would have otherwise been exposed to typically more
directly
moderate
addressed this
liberal
point
values
I
when people are
directly addressed
engaging
this
in the
point.
liberal versus MAGA discourse.
I directly addressed this point by saying that
So
people
can you directly address any of the points that I
cognitive
just made,
dissonance
please?
is a hell of a
He
drug,
won't.
and that
He won't
people
address
will,
them.
people will
Wait, can you
reject.
please can you please address any of the points that I just made?
He won't.
Okay,
He
that's
won't
what
address
I
them.
was just doing. Yeah, I directly addressed this point before. I'll reiterate it again. That cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug. People will sit within their ignorance. People will sit within like the politics that they identify with the Trump supporter. As long as they're on the other side of that aisle, they won't make the connection.
Is that
to their own
applicable to
personal
everyone?
politics. That's applicable to
Do you think
most
that's
people.
applicable to every single moderate liberal that joins the stream that's exposed to one of these views? That's such a dishonest and bad faith perspective. What are you talking about?
How is that a dishonest?
You think every single moderate liberal is not going to change their mind at all and become more progressive when they're exposed to more progressive values? That is such a dishonest argument. You think there's not a single moderate liberal out there that would do that?
You know what?
You know that's wrong because there are people in the chat, thousands of people in the chat in which that's been applicable to. There are moderate liberals, thousands of moderate liberals in the chat that have become more progressive because of these live streams. So you are disputed by the very existence of those individuals. Cope and seethe.
Yeah, you
no
know
one is
what?
coping
That's
against
actually
you.
a good question. Are there any people in here who were like on the left, like a moderate Democrat, who became more progressive by watching me and listening to my arguments about why I'm literally anti-ICE, why I'm pro-amnesty, why I'm anti like neocons and just general education surrounding foreign involvement? I'm seeing yes. Yeah, honestly, I think that what I'm doing is great because I appeal to a mainstream, even moderate left-leaning audience.
Dean, what you're doing is fantastic. This person is just jealous and
But I'm
incapable of
able-
engaging
You're
with
like
any of the arguments that we just made. Seriously, please, I would love to hear a response to any of the arguments we just made because clearly this just seems like you want Dean to be more liberal and not that you think that Dean's use of his platform is not effective towards his own values.
Yeah. Long story short, I'm able to appeal to a mainstream, moderate, left-leaning audience, but because I hold further left, less mainstream, more progressive liberal ideals, I'm then able to convince the mainstream, moderate, left-leaning audience that they should be more progressive while also materially convincing people to leave the right. That is the one-sentence reduction of why my platform is effective. I don't think you're going to give a response to this, and when you don't give a response to this, I'm going to kick you and move on. I think that maybe you just want to hate the guy who's doing good. Okay, you wouldn't be saying any of this shit if I only had 1,000 viewers. You wouldn't be saying any of this shit if I only had 100,000 followers. You only want to say this shit because it's cool, it's punk, and it's hip to not like the guy who's actually doing good. You know what I mean? And I get it. I get it. Like, I have a lot of influence. I do. I have a lot of influence. And, you know, you just want to be able to bash.
Too hard. Can I defend the position?
Sorry, I'm not
Okay.
sucking my dick by recognizing that I have a lot of influence. I'm just stating a fact. Okay? It is factually true that I have a lot of influence, and I think that I do good with that influence by materially convincing people on the right to go to the left and materially convincing moderate Democrats to go further left because I'm a progressive. Okay. You could call that me sucking my own dick, or you could just call it me attempting to accurately arbitrate reality the way it
That's
is.
what sucking your dick is, but like, sure, you want to extrapolate that, whatever. Can I address like the key thing that you said I wouldn't address?
Yeah.
Because like that is interesting, and like you know implementing arguments onto me is fun. So can you restate the premise, because kind of got into a little bit of back and forth. Sorry.
Yeah, the premise is that I'm able to appeal to a mainstream moderate liberal audience while holding more progressive ideals that go further left than the mainstream, and with those ideals I'm able to both convince people to leave the right while also convincing the moderate liberals to lean further left. The evidence that I've been able to convince people to leave the right is the thousands of stories I've already shared with you and the data points you've already conceded to, and my evidence that I've been able to convince moderate left-leaning liberals to move even further to the progressive left is all the people in the chat. I, in fact, saw more people that argued, or I guess said down below, that I was able to get them to move further left if they're already on the left, compared to people on the right moving to the left.
Yeah, I don't. First thing, I don't think that like chat is like an accurate, polling, especially when it comes to like people who are just more inclined to agree
Those
with
are the
everything you
viewers
said.
of the
That is
stream.
the most accurate poll for who would be affected by Dean's
I don't.
lives.
The key.
That is literally the most accurate poll for who would be
Those
affected
are the
by Dean's
viewers
lives.
of the fucking stream, dumbass. Like, what do you want me to do? We're talking about how I impact the ideological foundations of the viewers of the stream.
The vast
and you
majority of
don't
people who
think
watch-
that asking
who
the
watch
viewers
these-
of the stream have impacted the ideological foundation of their views is insane. Like, of course, the viewers are going to be a data point that needs to be represented in the equation, the efficacy of moving people further left. When it is the viewers that are in question.
Asking a loose question within the context of a debate where people are more inclined to disagree with me because I am in your audience, which I've accepted that and it's fair. It's whatever. It's your platform I'm on. I appreciate it, but that's not really an accurate like polling. Like it's not an accurate like reflection of like what these people.
Then
are
what
actually
would
trying to say.
be? If an accurate polling wouldn't be of the audience, when it's the audience that is in question, then what would be an accurate polling?
Asking these people independent of a debate. Asking these people like
Okay, so you want me to like just ask this like 24 hours from now?
No, like ask this like 24 hours from now, like in a story post, like something that is removed of the context of like of a direct conversation with the opposition.
Okay,
Is that fair?
I'll go do a story post. Listen, man, I'm happy that you're not MAGA. I think you got lucky because you happen to reason like them, and I hope you have a good rest.
I
of your day,
reason
okay?
like them.
Very
I
similar.
reason like them.
Very similar.
What about my reasoning is indicative of MAGA? Please explain.
Yeah,
Indulge me, man.
Yeah, the fact that it doesn't seem to be truth apt in the sense that when you're presented with relevant reasons that should dissuade you from affirming the view in which you hold to be true, they don't dissuade you from stopping the affirmation of the view in which you hold to be true. It's just a dissuasion from evidence. It's a refusal to accept evidence.
Every single point that you've made, I've directly addressed. I haven't pivoted away from anything to like revert back to like my preconceived notions. When you brought up the anecdotal evidence, I directly addressed that. When you brought up the impact of your platform, I directly addressed that.
Yeah, and I think that your addresses demonstrated your lack of basic epistemic concepts and understanding of those concepts, like evidence, justification, and truth. Like I think that you've demonstrated a lack of an ability to properly and articulately engage in particular like epistemic concepts, such as the three just listed, and maybe a fourth of the lack of the ability to update on evidence. Yeah, I'd say like the convergences between you and Trump supporters would be a dissuasion from evidence, justification, and truth, and then a convergence of being able to update your priors on evidence and the lack of that.
Literally every single prior, like we've had this conversation of like especially when it relates to your platform. I conceded. I wouldn't even call it conceding. It's kind of like my opening thing. But like I stated that your platform does have impact, and like my main argument was that you're not tooling the impact of your platform in the most effective way.
I disagree with you.
My argument.
Oh,
Yeah,
listen,
and I disagree.
we'll just agree to
like,
disagree. I appreciate you for
agree to
coming
disagree,
up. Okay?
but don't call me a Trump supporter, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I didn't call you a Trump supporter. I just said that you share
don't say my
similarities.
thinking is aligned to Trump supporters.
Okay, well then start having the ability to update on evidence. Start being more concerned with evidence, justification, and truth, and start being able to process the facts properly. That right there, what you just said was something I see from Trump supporters. You didn't properly track the statement that I made, and then you strawmanned it. You intentionally misrepresented the statement that I made. The statement that I made was that you share a lot of similarities with Trump supporters, such as not being able to process the facts properly, lack of an ability to update on evidence, or just a general understanding and application of evidence, justification, and truth. And then you strawman that, like I have Trump supporters do to me often, to mean that I was literally calling you a Trump supporter. No. I think that's maybe another similarity that you share with many Trump supporters in the fact that you don't even have the ability to track arguments being made underpinned by evidence and justification.
I literally readjusted to make that distinction clear. I literally said, hey, do not say that my thinking is akin to Trump supporters. That's an insult to my intelligence. I don't appreciate that. And then you said, of course, first I misspoke and I said that don't call me a Trump supporter. Then I literally, like a second later, I retooled to say, do not say my thinking is akin to Trump supporters. Because after this entire conversation, I have not been bad faith. Throughout this entire conversation, I have not avoided the conversation. I have not avoided a single point that you've brought up. I've been incredibly receptive to every single argument that you've been making, and to say that I haven't been is disingenuous.
To be clear, is a
if you don't want to be associated to be a Trump supporter, you shouldn't falsely impersonate yourself as a Trump supporter to try to join Dean's Live. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe that's not a smart thing. Just letting you know for the future, if you don't want to be associated with being a Trump supporter.
Parker, that's the only way I get up here. That's the only way I get up here, bro.
Wait, just so that you can understand. Maybe if you don't want to be associated with being a Trump supporter, you shouldn't try to join Dean's live stream by impersonating yourself falsely as a
Well,
Trump
Dean
supporter
admitted
and calling
that he
yourself
recognized that I'm not
MAGA-minded.
a
Let's
Trump
just be very
supporter.
clear.
So that's a silly argument. The only way
Hey,
you can
hey,
disrespect
grown
someone
man.
in
Hey,
the
grown
audience.
man. Hey, grown man. Just to be clear, what is your name?
My name?
Yeah. What is your profile name on your TikTok account, grown man?
Yeah. Oh, this is a burner. I made it called.
What? Just what is it? Just what is it?
It's called MAGA-minded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I knew you
Yeah.
wouldn't accept me up here if I was on my name.
Grown man, LARPing MAGA at the age of 25.
Yeah, LARPing MAGA to
Grown
get a
man.
conversation with Dean Withers.
Mad that
I
mad that
succeeded.
you're associated with being MAGA while
No,
you're
I'm mad because
falsely
he knows
impersonating
better.
yourself
Like, why are
as
we
MAGA.
pretending like he didn't
Like that's
recognize
just like
that I wasn't
honestly
MAGA?
the
Like, well
irony.
into this conversation.
Hold up. Just the irony in that statement is so funny,
Yeah,
right?
but
Like I
you're
can't fathom
being
that you would be so out of the ordinary that in a debate stream against MAGA supporters that you might be associated with MAGA by trying to falsely impersonate yourself as being MAGA.
Yeah.
You think that Dean didn't know that I wasn't MAGA?
I'm gonna
Like,
give
well
you.
within this
I'm going to give you the last word here. My closing statement is that the efficacy of this platform is clear. Not only are we able to convince people to leave the right, but we're also able to convince moderate Democrats to move further to the left. You, in fact, gave me a bunch of data points to represent that I'm successful in this argumentation. You mentioned, not me, you mentioned that a majority of my viewers are maybe moderate Democrats or establishment liberals. Okay, well, it sounds like a very good opportunity to then be able to dissuade them from establishment beliefs and push them further to the left by advocating for various things such as being anti-military or pro-mass amnesty, anti-Israel, so on and so forth. We then were able to clearly represent data in which demonstrates that we are able to dissuade individuals from holding establishment liberal beliefs and pushing them further to the left via what we've heard from many members of the audience. And my argument is clear. It seems like there probably would be a more effective way for me to govern my platform. That would just be true given the fact that I'm 21 and I'm always figuring things out, and I'm sure years from now I'll be able to do things more effectively. But the current efficacy of the platform would cross a reasonable threshold to the point where obviously we shouldn't reject the platform. You have 2 sentences. Go ahead, respond, then I'm going to kick you.
Okay, I have more than 2 sentences. Can I have a closing statement, if that's okay?
You have like 30 seconds.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like the main thing that you're not addressing, which I know you've recognized because you've done this for a while now, is that the power of cognitive dissonance is incredibly powerful. Like people will see the people engaged that directly align with their beliefs, that they see the beliefs get dismantled, and then not do the further internal analysis to see how those beliefs reflect back on them. There's plenty of people who are within your audience who have not done the heavy lifting, and the only way to make them do that heavy lifting is to directly address them. And the failure of your platform is that lack of direct addressment. That is the key thing. And that's the thing that I don't think you've effectively addressed throughout this entire conversation, is the fact that people who think like this, who capitulate to the left, who identify with establishment Democrats, who identify with militarism, who identify with ultra policing, who identify with ICE in a looser sense, but who are like anti the dissolving of ICE, but like they just believe it should be kind of rolled back.
Coming up on 40
like
seconds.
Those people,
Thank you.
Those people need to be directly addressed with conversation, and you fail to do that.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So I feel as if the data does not represent your point to be true. We went over the data of the testimony from the viewers of the audience describing that they've been able to be pushed further to the left via the advocacy and an argumentation that we engage in on stream. And due to the fact that the data contradicts your hypothesis, it seems to be the case that your hypothesis is false due to the fact that it lacks explanatory power. Thank you. Moving on. Okay. Go try to come up with an hypothesis that actually has explanatory power. Thereby, we'd be able to grant more credence to the hypothesis, but as it stands, we can't grant any to yours because the data contradicts the hypothesis. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Forever Red. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, they left. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the box. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate that. And huge shout out to Eric. Thank you so much for the 55 euros over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get 500 Eric W's. That is ERAIK. Thank you so much for that love and support, Eric. You are phenomenal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Eric with the 55 euro says, caller would like you to stop the stream engine that is this platform to instead consolidate the momentum and preach to the choir. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a really big attribute of the reason why our streams are so successful is because we don't spend our time preaching to the choir. We spend our time talking to the opposition. That's what makes these live streams effective. That's what makes people tune into these live streams. That's why people enjoy these live streams, and that's in fact one of the many reasons why these live streams are as effective as they are. Thank you as well, King of the Golden State, for the $20.
I'll be right back.
Appreciate you. Let's get 200 King W's down below. He says, thank you for kicking. And Bridget, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Oh, and I'm so happy that your child received a book from Dolly. That's so awesome. I was also really devastated to hear of her passing. Kyle and Tailgate, do you guys support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, is that Kyle or Tailgate?
Hi, this is Kyle.
Kyle, do you support Trump?
I agree with him on a few issues.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 26.
Okay, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for if you'd vote at all?
I'm undecided.
Yeah, man, give me one moment just to thank a couple people. Got to catch up. If you guys do want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on that YouTube stream. The handle's always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Jack, thank you so much for the $2, who says, 75-year-old boomer here. Thought I was a capitalist. Thank you for the information. I appreciate you, Jack. Jesse, thank you for the $1 as well. Jamie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 Jamie W's. Jamie with the $50 says, thank you for some joy in this very sad day. Do you know any Dolly songs on piano? No, but I should learn one. I should definitely learn one. Peter, thank you for the $20, who says, dump this guy. His argument is so stupid, I think he's intentionally wasting your time. I appreciate you for the $20, Peter. It's good to see you today. Let's get to it, Peter W's. Mary, thank you so much for the $25, who says, this is insane. I started watching your stream as a libertarian. Because of you, Parker, and friends, my mind has changed so much that I'm way more progressive. My vote reflects that. Do not let this man convince you that you aren't making waves. Well, I appreciate you for the $25, Mary. That's so kind of you, and I'm happy that we were able to change your mind. Barda, thank you so much for the $20, who says they're mad at you that you're progressive. Apparently, I appreciate you for the love, Barda. Let's get 200 Barda W's. Tabby, thank you for the $10. Who says, if this idiot thinks that there's a more effective way to do what you're doing, then why doesn't he do it? He wants your platform without putting in the work. You've built this over years. Dude needs to do his own work. I smell jealousy. True, Tabby. Thank you as well. Caden for the $10, who says, yes, guess. I was told by my family that the Red Party was right. Now I watch Dean every day because he's based and doesn't just say. You do indeed change minds with your platform, Dean. We love you. I love you too, Caden, and I'm so happy that we're able to change your mind. Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says, a leftist who's gotten more leftists and learned how to deconstruct Republican arguments from your stream. I love that, SARS. Same thing to Lucy. Thank you for the $15, who says, guess really said, quote unquote, your viewers are mostly white liberal women. Such a misogynistic thing to say and completely false. So it would also be better if your viewers were mostly male. Jealous much? Good job clocking him, and shout out to Parker. I appreciate you for the $15, Lucy. Michael with the $14, who says, I was always on the left, but after watching your streams, I moved further to the left than I ever knew I really was. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you for the love. Same thing to Shannon. Thank you for the $25, who says, definitely not a young girl like this guest claims. 50th birthday today, and I continue to learn something new daily. Keep being you. Happy birthday, Shannon. Thank you as well, Emily, for the $10. I don't know. Thank you, Nathan, for the $10 as well. He says, virtue signaling leftists are a cancer for the cause. Keep up the good work, Dean. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 Nathan W's. Robert, thank you for the $30, who says that arrogant idiot was not only saying that sin is good and a part of God's plan, but also suffering of those who were sinned is good and perfect. You should be debating the Trump ass lickers on Fox. One day I might be doing exactly that. Miss Veronica, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 Veronica W's. Thank you so much for that love. Veronica with the 50 says, my niece Emma and I love watching your debates. You're a force. Keep raising hell. Well, shout out to you and Emma, and thank you for the $50 dono. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Thank you as well, Julia, for the $15. I appreciate you. Bryce, thank you for the $25, who says, hope everything is going well and hope that you're keeping safe after hearing about everything you've been going through recently. I'm trying my best to keep safe. I appreciate you. And then Georgia, I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you as well, Doria, for the $5. We're all caught up on Venmo. Over on PayPal, thank you so much. Abigail for the $1 says, I was a dim and you made me realize exactly how far left my deals actually are. We love that. Olga, thank you so much for the $140 donation on PayPal. Jesus, Olga. My God, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Let's get 1,000 Olga W's. Olga with a 140 says, Dean, don't listen to that guy. You're doing a great job. Love you. I love you too, Olga. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Tanya. Thank you for the $5. James, thank you for the $5. Steven, thank you for the $5. Bianca, thank you for the $5 as well. Don't worry, Bianca. I've been keeping tabs on that. Yeah, Bianca, I'll try to get that taken care of for you. Okay? I'm so sorry that that's happening to you. I'm so sorry that somebody is doing that to you. I'll try to get that taken care of. Brittany, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says, this guy saying that the stream's not effective. I introduced my brother-in-law to you via the most recent Jubilee video, and you've changed his mind. I've been trying for years, and you were able to do it. Oh, that makes me so happy. Thank you for the love. And then Sacco, S-A-C-C-O, thank you for the $100 donation as well, who says, so glad the left now has bold young men like you to talk to these right-wing zombies to the mattress with logic, reason, and facts. Finally, dude, thank you, bro. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sacco. That is so kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Sacco W's. That is S-A-C-C-O. Genuinely, thank you for the $100 dono and the very, 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 very kind words. There's a couple other people that I do want to be able to thank here, but I want to also be able to hop into that next debate. So why don't you go and take it away and tell me and Parker why you support Trump, Kyle?
So I would just like to clear up that I was leaning right on several issues, but watching your streams has begun to convince me, and I was just hoping to have a conversation to see if you can fully convince me.
Yeah, sure, man. What ideals are you still leaning around on, dude? Let's hear it.
So I was curious to have you clarify what you think gives a life moral value.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I could go through that, but that's a really big conversation. I think what gives a life moral value is being a person. I think that being a person is what makes you valuable.
Being a person, and so how would you be able to break that down a bit more for me?
I can. I think that a person is just a thing. Like you're a thing, I'm a thing, Parker's a thing with a capacity for intellect, the capacity for reason, the capacity for abstraction, the capacity for these traits that we consider to be typical of you and me, but maybe not typical of ants, something like that. That's what I think makes you a person. That's what I think makes you morally valuable.
Okay, so, and do animals also have this at all, or is it only human?
I don't know. I'm really agnostic on that. I could give you a bad faith answer, and I could argue very, very well that they don't have those capacities, but I don't know.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well then I have nothing further in terms of abortion. I do think you have fully convinced me on abortion. I would also like to bring up transgenderism, if that's okay.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll talk to you real quick, but then I'm going to move on to the next guest. So what do you want to talk about as it would relate to trans people?
I'm not fully convinced that the change of the. I feel like when I was growing up, woman and man used to be synonymous with male or female.
Yeah.
I'm not fully convinced that the changes in those definitions are the best.
Well, the reason why those terms have seen some synonymous with the words male and female for, a lot of your life when you're young, and maybe even to today in many respects, is because that usually gets it right. Like usually if you're a male, you're a man. Usually if you're a female, you're a woman. So because that usually gets it right, okay, usually we see those terms being used synonymously. But I don't think that that's the reason why it gets it right. I think that gender identity has forever been a social construct related to, but not necessarily grounded within our biology. Or else we wouldn't see Christians calling God the Father a man, even though he doesn't have a penis for the last, 2,000 years. And I honestly think that understanding gender as a social construct is really the only right way too. Like, if Superman came to Earth, I would say, yeah, that is definitely a man, but he's not an adult human male. Okay. If we were to come into full knowledge of another alien species living 3 galaxies away, and inside of these alien species, they present masculine traits and feminine traits, very similar to the way that maybe we do, and they operate under a social construct in the engagement of these traits and dispositions, I don't think it'd be improper to call them men and women, even if they're not male or female. I appreciate you for coming up. That's probably just about as deep as I want to get on that topic. I want to go back to
So
changing Trump
what
supporters'
about
minds.
the ability for procreation?
And also, wait, hold up,
Babies?
Kyle. I don't mean to cut you off. I am about to go start my live. Dean, I appreciate you having me up, man. Have a
Yeah,
good rest of your
appreciate you for
stream,
coming
bro.
up.
Of
And
course,
Dean,
man.
if I could just thank you before you kick me also.
Yeah, what's the last point that you'd like to make about procreation? Thanks for coming up, Parker.
I was just wondering if you felt like the ability to have babies mattered at all in our definitions for man
It's
and
funny.
woman.
Well, listen. There you have lion males and lion females. Lion females get pregnant, but we don't call them women. That's why I think it's more so reflective of a very nuanced system of various traits in which you engage in and present. And there are many, many scenarios where it could be true to call an individual a woman, even if they don't have the ability to bear pregnancy and give birth, regardless if it's because it's an infertile female or a trans woman. Appreciate you for coming up, though, okay?
Okay, Dean, I'm gonna think about these, and I hope you're doing okay, man.
Thanks, man. Let's go to get the next guest tailgate loaded up inside of the queue. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Very best way to support what we do. Thank you as well, Navi, for the $10, who says support from Canada. We'll support to you in Canada. Appreciate you. And Denise, thank you for the $10 as well. You're awesome. We got the next guest tailgate loaded up inside of the box. Tailgate, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello. Okay, this person's not here. We're going to kick them out and move on to the next guest. I sent an invite to a chronic chirper in the comment section named America First that I know will not join because they're terrified. They're always hanging out in the comment section, but they're never joining the live stream to debate. Let's go to try to get that next guest connected. Only drop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Oh, hello. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's you. I was able to convince your parents to be more Republican?
Yes, bro. I appreciate you so much. Bro.
How was I able to do that?
You're the best, Dean.
How was I able to do that, sir?
Well, just
you didn't think that far ahead? You didn't think that far ahead into the lie?
No, I did. I did.
Oh.
Well, on top of that issue that the other guy was talking about the transgender stuff, you know.
How was I able to convince your parents to move further to the right, please?
Well, my parents, they used to be Democrats, but, you know, they also have two little daughters, and so they don't really agree with, you know, policies about men, you know, boys competing against girls in high school, college, or professional, whatever level it's at. And you support it. So basically, you know, they can't get on board with, you know, with the insane liberal, you know, men and women's sports and bathrooms movement.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's one thing I will say. You're right. I don't have a problem with trans women competing in women's sports when there's clearly no unfair biological advantage that they have because they're males. I think that the only issue that could arise from trans women being in women's sports is a fairness issue. Okay? Like, what would the other issues be? And I think that when that fairness issue is accounted for as it is in many scenarios, I don't have an issue with it. But I don't think that this would explain why they then decide to turn around and support the rapists who barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, who then also took rights away and access to healthcare away from women and girls across the nation and defended the predators in the Epstein files by breaking the law, refusing to release the files. Like they could get on board with that, but they can't get on board with the 16 trans women in the NCAA. I find that unbelievable.
Yeah, because we're worried about what's going on right now in America.
Yeah, are you worried about what's going on right now with women losing their access to healthcare because of the administration? Is that a woman's right that you value?
All I'm saying is that we're not worried about what Trump has done 30, 40 years ago. We're worried about what's going on in America right now.
I think that you should be worried about that because it impacts what is happening right now. But now answer the question. Are your parents worried with what's happening right now with 66 million American women and girls losing their access to healthcare right now?
No.
Why?
I mean, because when you think about it, voting is, it goes off of vibes, you know? And so the Democrats and, you know, DSA and all these socialists and communists, obviously, you know, you guys are going extremely left. And the moderate Democrat and
Can you answer the question, please?
independent doesn't agree, and that's who they are.
Wait,
And
so I just want to clarify. You're saying that
these two guys are becoming more radical.
I just want to
They're
clarify.
going
You're
over
saying
to
that
the right.
you don't care about like 66 million American women and girls losing access to self care, 60 rape victims that were raped and impregnated per day being denied access to abortion, and the mortality rate for pregnant women doubling in the state of Texas alone because of this. Because you go off vibes and you don't like that some people on the left want trans women to be in women's sports. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that stuff matters. Yeah. We have to know the difference between
Why
men and
does a
women.
woman's access to abortion not matter?
Listen, we at that baseline, we have to know the difference between men and women, and I
Okay,
don't
that's
think
not
if
answering
Democrats
the
know
question.
the difference between men and women, we will never.
That's nice, but
Like,
that's not
just based
answering
off
the
of that,
question.
just based off of that, I don't.
That's cool,
like,
bro.
I will take.
That's
listen,
cool,
Shulkin.
bro, but that's
Hold
not
on,
answering
listen.
the question.
Just based off you guys not knowing the difference between men and women, I don't take any other thing you guys say seriously.
Right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
it's not knowing the differences between men and women, but it's more so not agreeing to what the differences are from your perspective.
Like, I can't trust.
But I
you
want
if
you to
don't know
answer the
difference
question.
between
Why
men
don't
and
you
women.
care about women losing access to health care?
Who's losing access to health? What do you mean?
Women and girls across the country who are having their access to abortion stripped from them? That is a grave immorality. It's a human rights violation. God damn it.
I mean, so then why isn't Trump in prison then? If this
Because
is
it's
like,
illegal, grave human rights violation?
illegal, so then why isn't he in prison if he's doing something illegal?
No, because it is legal. It is a space legal grave human rights violation. That's why he's not in prison for it. Duh. You can only go to prison for things that are illegal, idiot.
All right, well.
Do you agree that it's a human rights
Wait, do you
violation
think-
to take
do you
away a
think I'm
woman's access to abortion?
Do you think I'm a bigot, Dean?
I think that you are a scared bigot that is refusing to answer my questions. Do you agree that it is a
Because
human
I
rights
don't wanna go down
violation
your rabbit
to
hole.
take
I'm
away
trying
a
to talk
woman's
about-
access to abortion?
I'm trying to talk about transgender. I'm not trying to go down.
Buddy,
the
you
rabbit
brought
hole
up women's
of
rights.
different questions.
You brought up
Yeah.
women's rights, buddy.
I brought up trans. I brought up trans.
No, what you brought up was
brought
that you can never be on the left because you think it's just so terrible that 16 trans women are competing in women's sports because it's unfair to women and their rights. Okay, so what about the 66 million American women and girls that had their human rights infringed on by having their access to abortion criminalized, consequential of a decision made by Trump?
Well, I mean, all that stuff is up to the states now, and I don't think the government should be having power over, certain things, and it's just left up to the states. So just because 66 million, you say 66 million girls, doesn't mean it's all Republicans' faults. I'm pretty sure
Leaving it up to the state is giving the government control. You understand that leaving it up to the state is giving the government control over women and girls' access to abortion. Like what we had before Trump overturned Roe v. Wade was that no state government, no federal government could abridge upon that right. It should be left totally in the hands of we the people. But now Donald Trump has actually given the government more power by taking it uniquely and totally out of the hands of we the people and putting it into the hands of state legislators.
Okay, cool. So my main point was just to talk about, transgender stuff. Now I have one more question.
Okay, well then you shouldn't
What do
have
you think
fucked up and
about-
framed it as if you care about women's rights. Yeah, you should have just said that, oh, I don't like trans people. I don't think that trans women are women. Do I give a fuck about women? No. But I don't think that trans women are women. If you said that, I'm sure that we would be talking about trans women right now. But you fucked up because you made it seem as if you don't like trans women because you care about women's rights. And I think that's a total fucking lie, made at the expense of the rights of women and girls across the nation. And fuck that, across the world.
No, I love trans people. I love everybody. I just don't agree with policies being put in place that will actually affect real women.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to do.
Women's rights.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. This is what
women's rights.
This is exactly this right here is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. You're framing it as if you care about women's rights.
Wait, hold on. Are my little sisters bigots too? If they don't want to play against boys, are they bigots?
Jesus Christ, bro. I'm pretty sure that they definitely don't like you. But anyways, to go back to the response to what you're saying, I think it's clear.
Wait, are they bigots? Do you think they're bigots? Are my parents bigots?
I know nothing about your little sisters, bro. Now,
you
I want to
guys
go back
use
to what I
words
was in the
so
middle of
loose.
saying that you interrupted me while I was in the middle of my sentence. Okay. So you made the claim that you support Trump because you don't like trans women in the NCAA. Check this out. How many trans women are competing in the NCAA?
No, I care about across all levels of sports. I don't care
Okay,
about
how
just
many
like
trans women
a
are competing
single
in sports?
It doesn't matter. It
How
shouldn't be.
many?
It shouldn't be one. It shouldn't be
Okay.
one.
Okay. But we need to be able to do a comparative analysis of our ideals. Because what I'm saying is, yeah, I don't really think that there's any issue with trans women competing in women's sports when they don't possess an unfair biological advantage because they're male. But so I do disagree with you. But what I am saying is if I just assume for the debate that I don't disagree with you and it is a bad thing for trans women to compete in any sports, it is still yet even a worse decision to take Trump over Kamala Harris. Because although seemingly Kamala Harris didn't want to allow states to ban trans women's competition in women's sports, she also didn't want to allow states to ban any cis woman's ability to get an abortion. Okay? So the point that I'm making here is that there would be significantly less harm and overall detriment caused unto women and their rights if Donald Trump was not president today, even in considerations to your thoughts on trans women's competition in the NCAA or other sports. Overall, we are still preserving the sanctity of women's rights to a higher degree by supporting the left, even without a counter argument to your claim about trans women's competition in sports. That's the claim I'm making. Would you like to contest the claim that the left is preserving the rights of women to a higher degree by fighting for the assurance that, unlike the right and Donald Trump, every woman has the human right and natural access to abortion?
Yeah. So, okay. So my first point, you said you talk a lot. So let me address this. So basically, so would you let Enes Kanter play in the WNBA if he identified as a woman?
No, because he possesses unfair biological advantages due to the fact that he's a male that's obviously and clearly not undergone any level of HRT. Now, could you actually respond to the point
so
that
you
I
have to
made?
go through HRT.
Even
So
can
there
you
are
please respond?
exceptions.
Could you please respond to the point that I made as it would relate to
You don't have to
the
run away
argument
from
that I
my
responded to
issue.
you? So
I'm
the thing
giving
is,
you my issue.
I'm actually not. I'm not running away from anything. You're running away from something. You made a point,
No,
and I gave it a
Dean,
counter
you
argument,
make like 10
and you're
points
failing
in
to address
1
the
minute.
counter argument.
Dean, you make like 10 points in 1 minute. So it's
Okay,
hard to
okay. So
address
then just
one.
ask me to simplify it instead of running. It's fine.
Well, I'm talking about trans issues, and you're all over the place talking about a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, so no, we're both talking about women's issues. You made the claim that ultimately
Right.
what this boils down to is the left infringing on women's rights. My counter argument is I disagree with you as it relates to trans women in sports. But if we assume that I don't disagree with you, still yet the left is better for women's rights because they preserve them to a higher degree in comparison to the right because of their mass infringements on women and girls' access to abortion. That's the point.
Okay, well, I, in my opinion, I think people are willing to suffer more or put up with other stuff if it means that their morals and values are in place, right? So just because you say 66 million women and girls or whatever don't get health care, and I'm sure there's caveats to that, and I know that you hate Trump, you just hate Trump, so everything he does is bad, but
No, I hate that because it's a human rights infringement to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy with no good reason. And there's no good reason to in respect to abortion due to the fact that the fetus isn't the kind of thing that I value because it's not a person. There's no wrongness that is generated by a woman accessing abortion. I think that there are clearly more reasons that count in favor of women's access to abortions than reasons that would not count in favor of women's access to abortion. It is a good thing to do in a vast majority of all circumstances, and that by infringing on that access to abortion, not only are you doing something wrong unto that woman, but you're also infringing on her basic human rights.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
the
but
conversation
I'm not
about
really
why
good at talking
overturning
about
Roe v.
abortion.
Wade is infringing on women's rights is not a conversation that has anything to do with Trump outside of the descriptive fact that he's the one that overturned it and he's the one that bears a lot of that blame. But you said that you're not here to talk about abortion. Well, then you're not here to talk about which side of the two aisles preserves women's rights to a higher degree. You can't just knock pieces of the chess game off of the chessboard because you're losing the fight. Okay? You can't do that. Do
Well, there's
you
other
accept
things,
or
Dean.
reject the
There's-
claim that the
Dean,
left
there's other-
preserves women's rights to a higher degree than the
No,
right?
Dean, I'm not rejecting the claim.
Okay, then respond to the argument. Then
I
respond
don't
to the
have to
argument.
follow.
The
I don't
argument,
have to
the
follow
argument
everything
that
you say.
concludes,
Can I-
the
can-
argument that
can we do,
concludes
like,
that
a
the left
timer? Can you
preserves
go for 1
women's
minute, and
rights
can I
to
go
a
for
higher
1 minute?
degree in comparison to the right is that even if we
You've
accept your
talked for
convictions
10
as it
minutes
relates to
already.
trans women's competition in sports, still yet they are preserving women's rights to a higher degree because they want to instantiate federal protections for every woman and girl's right to access abortion.
Dean,
That's
you've
the
talked for-
argument that the left preserves women's rights to a higher degree than the right. You said that you disagree with that argument, so please inform me and the rest of the viewers why you disagree with that argument.
You got to talk a little less, Dean. Okay.
Okay, I'll simplify it. You may claim that you do not think left
No, I'm not
preserves
asking
women's
you to
rights.
talk more. I'm not asking you to talk more, brother. I'm saying talk less. Right
Okay, so now I'm going to have
Okay.
to take everything that I just said and simplify it so you could track it.
No,
Talk
no,
less.
I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond right now.
Okay, good boy, go ahead.
So the Democrats do not protect women's rights. Okay, you're talking about this abortion stuff. There's several other things that would hurt women extremely if Democrats were in office. And because of you guys being such a big tent, right? You guys are now accepting socialists and communists, and you guys are running on things like abolish prisons, abolish ICE, abolish police, right? And now people don't know the direction that the left is heading towards, and that's what scares people. When you think that you have this huge coalition of people who are moving towards the left more, but I don't think you understand how big the conservative movement is going. Like people
Okay.
are moving way more to the
Check
right
this
than
out.
the
I
left.
think that this is just an utter and complete dipshit that can't track an argument. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Okay? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. If you do not answer to this opportunity, I'm going to kick you. But you could save your own ass. Repeat the argument that I gave you insofar as why it is true that the left preserves women's rights to a higher degree from the right, even from your own perspective, as it relates to your convictions on trans women's competition in sports. If you can't repeat the argument that I gave you, I'm going to kick you. Because it will prove to all the viewers that you can't even track the most basic and simple of a position.
Your argument was that 66 million women and girls are like kicked off of healthcare or something. That's your argument. And I'm saying people will risk their vote.
Wow.
People are not.
Congratulations, man. That wasn't the argument. You tried your best, and I'll give you that. But no, the argument was that even if we accept your convictions as it relates to trans women and their competition in sports being bad, still yet the left is preserving women's rights to a higher degree as it relates to the right due to the fact that taking away a woman's access to abortion is a human rights violation. That's an action that the right supports, and that's an action that the left wants to federally codify protections against. And in consideration of the fact that there are actually real women and real girls today in this nation that have had their rights infringed on compared to the potential prospects of your straw man of like one DSA platform from one candidate in America, okay, the conclusion that is entailed is certainly true that the left protects women's rights to a higher degree. It's fine. He couldn't follow that argument, and that's fine. I feel like one issue that I face talking to these idiots is that they're like cavemen. And that presents a unique issue when something requires a more nuanced argument than like 2 + 2 = 4. And it just creates an environment where you can't even have conversation with them. Thank you, Jaden, for the $11, who says abortion is not the only thing this administration is stripping away, but also emergency care while pregnant, birth control, fertility treatment, sterilization procedures, so on and so forth. Absolutely, Jaden. Thank you for the $11. Jerry Lee, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm 30. His views on liberal women were misogynistic. Talk about cognitive dissonance. I was Cinerite with a MAGA husband after Charlie Kirk died. Your crying video led me to your lives. Over a year, I've moved further to the left and changed my husband's mind, too. That's crazy. Oh, wow. That's nuts. I'm so happy that we were able to change your mind. Thank you, Nick, for the $9. I do really appreciate you, Nick. That is very kind of you. And over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $14, Max. I appreciate you, Max, and thank you for the kind words as well. All right, folks, we've been on for 4 hours. It is 9:19 p.m., so I got to hop off. Head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Spam Dean Raid in his comment section. I love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night, and goodbye.